Hello. Welcome, y'all. Today we're so behind, and that's kind of my fault because I don't know if you can hear. I got a little something. So the day I wanted to stream, it didn't work. So that pushed us behind. But we are going to book it and put in the work today, Sunday, and probably Monday afternoon to get caught up. So we're gonna book it. We're gonna put in the work. We're gonna get ready. We're gonna get going. I did want to just sort of skip over day 9, but then I saw a little bit of day 9, the rest of day 9 after Caitlin McLaughlin, that Lieutenant Paul Gallagher gets on the stand, and that's when things get a little let's just say that's when things get a little interesting when it comes to new stuff. So let me just make sure I am. So yeah, so that's so some new things for this jury. Or if you're watching the trial for the first time, there's some new things that happen. And so we have to dig deep into Paul Gallagher. I'm going to talk for a quick second about the Katie McLaughlin testimony. It really didn't. Last trial, it was a lot. This trial, it wasn't so much. We did get some other things out of her than we did last trial, though. Katie McLaughlin was the female fire EMT on site. She was using her glove to take notes on sort of vitals, demographics, they call them. And any sort of interesting, necessary stuff that everyone was saying, that Karen Reed was saying, that Jen McCabe was saying, that Carrie Roberts was saying. But funny enough, she did not write down, I hit him, or that Karen Reed said I hit him, or that someone said I hit him, or that someone hit him with a car. That was not noted on her glove. Uh, yeah, it was not noted. Also, a very interesting thing that Katie McLaughlin said, she said that the body, that John O'Keefe's head, was towards the road, not towards the house. So that so she is saying that the body was basically flipped 180 degrees from what everyone else is saying, so that it was house, head, feet, road, instead of house, feet, head, road. So I'm still healing from some things, so I'm sorry for coughing, I'm sorry for sounding like this. Katie McLaughlin did not write a report. That was not part of her job description. She did also not really mention to anybody that Karen Reed allegedly said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. But she did say that Seraph heard this, and when Seraph heard this, Officer Seraph, Canton PD, heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, she hollered, go get, he hollered, go get Good, which is Sergeant Good. I didn't believe he was a sergeant then. Sergeant Good or Goody. And so she was like, oh, they got it under control. I'm not an officer. So basically it was that she claims and claims and claims. The biggest moment from last trial with Katie McLaughlin was her claiming that she is not friends with an Albert, who's not directly involved in this case, but is like a cousin, a niece, and what have you, but still would connect her to the Alberts within this case. There's photos, baby showers, vacations, and last year it was very much, we are friendly, but we're not friends, like drawing this imaginary boundary line of what is a friend and turning that into a whole thing. They try to get into it a little bit. And she kind of was able to skirt her way out of that one as well. Completely different demeanor, just like Jen McCabe. She was a lot more calm. She was not as agitated. Her face was not telling a lot. She was breathing. She was way more soft-spoken. So that was Katie McLaughlin. We're going to just jump into Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. I'm going to go make some tea as this gets started. And we are listening in 1.5 speed. If it is too fast for you, you can slow it down on your video. If you go into settings, you can do like speed. You can drop it down to like 0.9. to slow it down a little bit. But we got to book it through all of this stuff to catch up. We got a lot going on. We got a lot happening in Trial. So yeah, so I'm gonna go make some tea. And I know I don't have a thumbnail. I'm having an issue with my hard drive, which is where all my thumbnail stuff lives. So it just clicked on. It's been a while. So let's get moving. Let's get grooving with Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. We are still on day 9. This is going to roll over to day 10. Day 10, we can do a lot of scoot and boogieing through after Gallagher. There's videos and voicemails and stuff like that. So there's times to sort of cut down on the time, and then we'll hop into day 11. They are, I believe, on day 17 today, so we are behind, but that is okay. We are going to catch up. Let's go, Victoria. We sound the same. I feel like you came to this area at literally the worst time where everyone was getting something down with the sickness. I'm gonna go make some tea. I just can't. I absolutely cannot handle this. I'm so sorry for coughing. It's just, I'm getting better. I woke up today. I was like, wow, I'm feeling better. But it's everywhere. Raylene too. Raylene's messed up. It was like I feel like it was like a whole New York thing. I feel like all of New York is feeling a thing right now, and I'm not into it. Not into it. All right, let's get moving with Gallagher. And this is the witness who we are going to get a lot of things. You're feeling worse. Oh, I'm sorry. Is tea helping? Popsicles. Popsicles are always, I've eaten so many popsicles in the past like 3 days. So many popsicles. Let's see. Let's get this here. And who is Gallagher? Gallagher is was lieutenant. He is currently retired. He retired after the last trial. He was Canton PD Lieutenant Gallagher, and we love a popsicle. Oh, I love a popsicle. He played a massive role in the very initial evidence collection of the scene, and we will see why. You will see why, and you will probably go, "Oh my fucking god, what the hell is going on?" We're gonna see some things. Prepare for some shock and awe moments. He's a red solo coat. He's a red solo coat guy. He's the leaf blower guy. Okay, and we're gonna have some things to talk about. So yeah, so let's get moving with Paul Gallagher. I'm gonna make some tea. I'm gonna make my thumbnail because, but I'll be right here. I have another notepad ready to go. I have a box of pens ready to go because my pen is almost out of ink. Let's do this.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, do you presently work?
As a police officer, I'm retired.
When did you retire?
August 31st.
Do you work, bitch? Do you presently work, bitch? Work. Okay, sorry. I gotta go.
2024.
When you retired, what department were you working for?
Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury. When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992. What a permanent intermittent police officer is, it's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy. Your duties include regular patrol duties that a regular police officer would do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
Did that status change at some point?
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week police academy.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
Yes, I did.
Can you share with the jury some of the training that you would attend over the years?
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation, terrorism, international terrorism, domestic violence, buccal swabbing, and DEA basic narcotics course. And last duties were I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
Before I talk a little bit more about your experience over the years and your progress through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
Is Canton, do you receive traffic from other areas nearby?
We do.
Is Boston part of the crossroads through Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, et cetera.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did in 2005. I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in 2006. I was assigned as a task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone distribution at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase. In 2008, I was moved to Boston Division. And there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, et cetera.
How many years did you spend as a detective before you received your next promotion?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam, and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's where they rank you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your first supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Did your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the Canton Police Department when you worked as a lieutenant?
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
Were there any other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022?
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours, around 6 a.m., were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working that morning?
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was like that early morning?
Yes, there was a nor'easter, which was snow, wind.
Did anything interrupt your plan of working later that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Shortly after 6 a.m., I received a call from Sergeant Sean Good of the Canton Police Department.
After you received a call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Why did you respond?
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
When you go into work, do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a police cruiser?
It was larger. It was 4-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
After you received the call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car, with a tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by another supervisor.
Why did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow, the way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Why?
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home, a personal tent?
It was an 8x8 pop-up tent.
You went to the Canton Police Department first before you went to the scene?
I did.
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department first?
I had some winter gear there, including a reflective jacket that I thought would be helpful, given it was dark out. Visibility was very bad.
When you got to the Canton Police Department, did you learn anything from any of your colleagues while at the police department?
The only one colleague at the police department at that time was Officer Kelly Dever.
Okay. After you got your gear at the Canton Police Department, did you head towards Fairview?
I did.
Other than the general description that you had heard, did you know anything about what was going on there?
Just that a gentleman was found unconscious in the snow, possibly not breathing.
You mentioned the term unintended death. What does that mean?
An unattended death is a death where someone dies alone, and you don't know the reason. It doesn't mean there's foul play. In fact, 99% of the time, it's natural causes.
Is there a process for the Canton Police Department when they learn of any death, unintended or not? Is there a process you need to follow?
Yes, there is.
And what is that process?
That's the call. The Norfolk County DA's office, their CPAC unit, Crime Prevention and Control. They have jurisdictions over deaths and unattended deaths.
You mentioned a CPAC unit. What type of officers or law enforcement is the CPAC unit?
It's manned by the Massachusetts State Police.
Are you required by statute to contact CPAC or the Massachusetts State Police, even if it's an unintended death?
Yes.
Did you follow that process?
Sergeant Lank followed that process.
Is that one of the officers who worked under you?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you know if Sergeant Lank was at the scene when you were leaving Canton, or did you learn at some point when you got there whether Sergeant Lank was at Fairview?
When I got there, I saw the black Toyota Tundra, which is operated by our detectives there, and then I saw him.
When Canton Police Department first contacted the Massachusetts State Police or the CPAC unit about...
I feel this. I feel this so, yes. I couldn't hear. My left one is still a little clogged. Like my left ear is sore from when you're like on the outside trying to like rub it and like pop it like for days. I hate this shit. I hate this. But we're moving with the volume is loud as hell and I feel like I'm in a fishbowl. Same. Yep. Yep. I was blowing my nose yesterday and it popped and it was like shoo. I was like, oh my God, everything is so loud. Yep.
The information. Do you have an understanding whether or not the Massachusetts State Police were going to respond or not?
They were not responding.
So when you got to Fairview Road, were there any other law enforcement officers other than Canton police officers?
No, there was not.
When you appeared at Fairview Road or arrived, were you the superior officer on the scene?
I was highest ranking officer.
As you're pulling up to Fairview that morning, what's the first thing you see when you get there?
As I pull up, I see the last of the fire apparatus pulling away. I get out of the vehicle. First one I encountered was Sergeant Sean Good, who was the shift supervisor.
Did you see any other of your officers there?
I did. I saw Lieutenant Lank further down, and further down I saw two other cruisers, which ended up being Officer Mulaney and Officer Saraf.
Did any of the cruisers or vehicles have lights on?
They did.
Did you hear any sirens?
No, there wouldn't be any sirens.
Why wouldn't there be?
Sirens are used to move traffic. There was no traffic. It was a blizzard. There were no cars on the road. You might see an occasional plow.
Did you ever learn the general area where the person was found?
Yes,
At that time, did you know who the person was?
I did. I knew him by name, yes.
Did someone inform you of who the person was?
Sergeant Sean Good did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that you learned was on the ground?
John O'Keefe.
Had you known John O'Keefe?
I knew of John O'Keefe. I had never met John O'Keefe.
When you first arrived at Fairview, was Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground?
He was not.
Was he at the scene?
He was not.
So when you got to the scene at Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe was already gone?
Yes, he had been transported to the hospital.
So did you ever firsthand see exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
I did not.
Did anybody point out to you the general area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance at that point well, obviously you didn't have a chance to examine or look at Mr. O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
I want to reiterate, I want to underline a typical New England blizzard. They are used to this weather, but are they used to policing in this weather? Typical typical blizzard. But we will soon find that they were completely unprepared for this typical New England blizzard weather that they're used to cop in, to police in. They were completely unprepared.
Yes, I was examining the scene.
At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned that Mr. O'Keefe was found outside, did you go look at the particular area?
Yes.
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the property line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There may have been an exterior, door light at one or two houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No.
How about next door at 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
Nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
When you were outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time. And what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind. And at one point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had, at any point before you got there, gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
Oh, no. Did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and see if there was any explanation to what caused his medical condition.
Did you?
You have a duty and an
focus on a
obligation.
particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what caused his injuries?
We had none.
At this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found, was the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With what?
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches an hour, if I recall.
Did you have any idea how hard the ground was at that point?
It was frozen.
No, did you have any idea?
It was frozen.
How do you know? How do you know
How
it
deep
was
was the
frozen?
snow
Are
covering
you
that
was
frozen ground?
scientist?
Approximately 4 inches at that time.
When you went to look around the area, did you consider using a rake or a shovel?
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I would miss something or possibly break something.
What could you break with a shovel?
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
What was your decision
What could you
about
break
how you
with a
would
shovel?
search that area? What did you want to see?
I wanted to see anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of medical bottle or any reason that he could have come to where he was.
Did you think of a way that you could look below the top of the snow without unresting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Because of the blood the pink spots I thought might be blood. I thought a leaf blower would be the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
And after having seen that before, making that decision, what was the benefit of a leaf blower over a shovel?
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower. Much better control.
Control, tell us what your intention was.
Really?
Your hope with the leaf blower?
To clear the area, controlled, slowly, so any potential evidence of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
Did you have a leaf blower with you?
Did not.
So what did you do?
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a leaf blower.
Did you remain at the scene?
Volunteer.
I did.
And during this time, you still have no information that it's a crime scene?
We had no information on a crime at that time.
Did Sergeant Good come back with a leaf blower?
He did.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Sergeant Good came back with a leaf blower, did you use it?
I did.
Was it successful?
Very.
Tell us what you did.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow, and then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots would come.
Just wait till you see it. It's one thing hearing about it. Just wait till you see it. Maybe you'll blow evidence.
Becoming brighter red. So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time. And so out of the abundance of caution, I decided that that was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA. And I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions under these circumstances?
Yes.
Did you ask somebody to get a container to put the coagulated blood in?
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them from?
I got them from Lieutenant Kelleher, who lived in the neighborhood.
Did Lieutenant Kelleher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Do sometimes the crime lab test evidence and sometimes not?
Of course, yes.
Is that your decision?
No.
You were telling us about the leaf blower. Did it serve to excavate the area?
It did.
Did you begin that process?
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I had Sergeant Good videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good memorialize your efforts to excavate the area?
I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to demonstrate its effectiveness.
Wow, what a great train of thought. You know what I'm saying? I just wish we applied that to literally everything else. But leaving them in brown paper bags afterwards was insane. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, I can have sympathy for a hobnob of a job. Right. Right. And that is the conversation that like actively needs to happen is they were not prepared for the situation. They did something to cure their unpreparedness. But we have to bookend that with why were they not prepared? And did they fix the unpreparedness properly, like in a way that actually makes sense? Or were they just sort of following their whatever lackadaisical continuous mindset of, you know, whatever. Everything they do is whatever. So that's what, like, we have to bookend the okay, I sympathize with that. I can understand that this may be an unusual situation, even though y'all are very used to these types of storms. This man has been a police officer for almost my entire life. And so that's kind of wild that the creativity went to, I'm going to go to a neighboring lieutenant's house and see if he has anything. Let me take these red Solo cups from an already open bag of red Solo cups, put this blood in it, and then put this in, and then we'll. So I think there are ways that they could have made this bad situation a little better. And I'll get to more once we get through even more of it, because we're nowhere near done. But I think like having the bookend center part, tough, unprepared, low staff. It's really freaking cold. No one wants to be there just in general. I get it. So yeah, this right now is gonna be a little tough for the jury to be like, okay, like they did good, right? They did a good job, right?
I'm going
Like
to
they
move
did
to
what they had to
introduce
do.
two videos that council has.
so there's no objection to these videos, right?
No objection.
Exhibit 51.
Thank you. With the court's permission, can I show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we show number 1, please?
Here we go.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame? That's good right there. Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
Did the leaf blower work as you had hoped?
It was great.
You see other footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how those footprints got there?
Some of them were from first responders. Some of them were for witnesses. The ones up top by the flagpole were for when the officers put out the crime scene tape.
Did officers try to wrap the crime scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that vantage point, could you see the side and front yard?
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any evidence that anybody had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lang.
Other than Sergeant Lang's footprints across the front yard, was there any other impediment?
No, not that I saw.
I'm going to ask if we could see the second video, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you stop there, please? You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. You see that?
I do.
Did you discover something in that area?
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it, did it have any damage to it?
It did.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman? Stop, please. There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe, just bare ground.
If we could finish the video, please. Okay. Thank you. Could you have the lights on, please? Did you or any officer at your direction obtain and preserve that broken?
So how does that make you feel? So seeing the leaf blower and it being used in what I'm gonna say 1080p, how does that make you feel about the use of the leaf blower? Is it actually quite terrible? No. In my opinion, them going in with straight shovels for 4 inches of snow could have been a little interesting. I think maybe there's a broom situation. I don't love it. I don't love it. I also don't hate it as much as I don't hate it as much as an open bag of red Solo cups with blood sitting directly underneath Karen Reed's van inside the police department. Maybe we should have had garden tools or tools like an like little brushes, little brooms, little something. I also think that Officer Seraph probably could have done maybe not just Officer Seraph, but the first couple of officers on scene. The moment the body was moved, they could have done a little something more, maybe put some spotlights over in the area, some pictures, something, the little paintbrushes, the dustpans, even something. This is not the first time they've ever needed to work with snow. This man cannot sit here and say that this is the first time in his 30, 35, however many, almost an entire lifetime in policing, has ever done any policing within the snow. How are we not prepared to handle these situations? How is this stuff not just already in vehicles? I understand if you are called out and you are coming in your own vehicle, you're not in a department vehicle, that's a different situation. But these department vehicles, they should be prepared for, since it is the middle of winter, maybe there's a different kit that goes in the shop, you know? Like maybe there's a different kit. Maybe there's more wintry things for winter events that might occur. I just think also can we get some goddamn body cams on these motherfuckers? Like goodness gracious.
Broken cocktail glass?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
But anywho, that's the leaf blower. We saw it. It
Show me
happened.
two photographs. The first photograph, you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a, after we exposed I exposed the broken glass.
Is the broken glass depicted in that photograph?
It is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared to you that morning?
That's exactly how it appeared, yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Okay. Second photograph, can you take a look at that?
That's a close-up of the cocktail glass.
Of the same photo?
It is, yes.
You know what's also really quite strange? I know that they were like standing over and looking at it, but like if the glass is clear and there's snow, like how big was this glass for it to stick out in snow? Like seeing glass in snow is quite difficult, especially if it's clear glass. If it's blue glass or red glass or red plastic, it's quite difficult to see. So I want to know how they like did they just see the glass? Did they was just like, oh, look at all the snow that's blowing around glass? I don't know. I don't know if I would expect maybe you to even have to like kick it, you know, like feel it or like get the leaf blower directly on it and like see that it's not moving. Be like, oh, that's something. That's quite interesting. This it looks like snow. There's snow there, but I don't know maybe how it was laying. It's quite interesting.
Yes.
I move these two photographs into the evidence, please.
Okay. Do you want it to be 52 and 52A?
Please, Your Honor.
52 and 52A?
Seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What happens when it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence and it's assigned an evidence number. The officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it was a broken cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence that the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
Why is it assigned a particular number?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
So we have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence room. Only two people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Who?
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in the police department, the evidence room is limited as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the evidence room, is there an officer assigned as an evidence officer?
Not full-time. There is an assigned admin sergeant who is assigned as the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular way?
The glass was put into a locker, I believe, and temporary evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer.
Okay, but what was it in? Was it in a paper bag? Was it in a plastic bag? Did you guys just put a glove on and carry it over and you're just breathing and sneezing and snotting and like blowing your nose and wiping your mouth with it and you're just carrying it over? What was it in? Was it sealed in a plastic bag? Was that taped? What was it in? I get that it technically, okay, big picture, glass in container in evidence room, but what was the glass in? What was the glass? Did you put it in a box? Did you find a random shoe box? Like, we're going to hear about the red Solo cups in the paper bag. What is it in? What is
Transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
Hold on.
Were you part of the transition of that item to the state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned into who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab.
Do you know who the criminalist
Okay.
was?
I don't know the name, no.
Okay, so evidence was transitioned on February 1st, 2022 to state police, which is not the day that this event happened.
Did the criminals come to your department or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
In addition to the glass, there was plastic cups with coagulated blood.
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from
Just open?
Fairview to the police department, Did you hold the actual cups or did you put them in something?
No, they were stacked in a bag.
I'm gonna limit.
What type of bag?
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different?
Shut up about the craft paper bag. Shut up. Even shut up. Do not sit there. Do not sit there and say, oh, it was a craft paper bag. It was a craft paper bag. No, bro. It was a Stop and Shop grocery paper bag from someone's back seat because they got groceries a couple days ago. And I don't even, or they brought their lunch in it and they left it back there. No, this is a Stop and Shop paper bag. I need to go back. I am going to get angry.
Ready to do
I'm
it.
sorry.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual cups or did you put them in something?
No, they were stacked in a bag.
I'm gonna limit.
What type
Back
of
in the
bag?
bag.
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different than a bag from the police department?
It's
Yes.
made of the same paper, craft paper, the same.
Yes. Is that any different from an evidence bag? Yes. Yes, it is. Stop and Shop bag comes with groceries inside from Stop and Shop. An evidence paper bag comes from, I don't know, a factory that specifically makes evidence holding materials for police officers and law enforcement agencies. It's got things on it. It might have a when, who, what, when, where, why, how, markables on it. Yes, it is different. It is very much different. Essentially, it could possibly be the exact same thing. But if you look at it, it is different. The unknown origin of the Stop and Shop bag is a problem. The use of a Stop and Shop bag with an unknown origin is a problem. Putting snowy blood in open red Solo cups in a Stop and Shop bag with an unknown origin and just leaving it open, just doing a quick little roll like you just got out of a fucking Five Guys, plopping it on the floor of your car with your heat blowing because it's freezing outside, driving to the Sally Port and putting it in a refrigerator that is not locked, that you are not monitoring, that no one knows how it got there, who put there, why it's there. With an unknown origin is a problem. And for you as a grown-ass man to sit here and say they are basically the same thing is blasphemy. Blasphemy. Stop and Shop bag, come with groceries inside from Stop and Shop. Which I just Stop and Shop bag with the logo crossed off and have it say evidence. Title of our new podcast, Unknown Origins. It's so funny. It's giving big true crime. Like a quick little roll after coming out of a Five Guys is diabolical. Like it is absolutely absurd. And I know Vicky, you haven't, I don't think you watched the first trial. So this is like all new. Like you've heard about it, but like seeing a grown ass man with a receding hairline in a fucking suit and tie saying it's super cool and like a-okay, good to fucking go. Like, could you just be any more privileged? Like, bro, it's not. It's absolutely not. You lived an easy peasy life in policing in this little town where everyone knows each other. No one actually gets any sort of punishment for the crap that they do. The hairline is running straight away from him. That hairline said, bro, it's not the same. Like, it's not the same. We gotta go. We out. I can't. It's an absolute disgrace. This is disgraceful. This is absolute. Look, I get that you did it, but to sit here and say that was a good, like, you would have so much more respect for me if you said it was not the best, but we did what we could, and that was all that we could do. Is it the same? To sit there and say it's basically the same. No, it's not the same. It's not the best. It's not the perfect scenario, but we used what we had available to us. A police officer, this is your time to explain. Brennan is giving you the time to explain. This is your direct examination. This is your time to explain. We have a fallen officer who is respected in this community, and we did everything we could. We were trying to be creative. Was it the best decision that we made? No, but we got the blood where we needed it to be. There were possibilities for this to be foul play, so we wanted to get everything that we could. We had to get creative. The snow was coming down. The wind was coming down. No, they are not the same. If we had an evidence bag, we would have used an evidence bag. If we had actual vials, we would have used actual vials. But we did what we could. We wanted to get it done as fast as possible because at this point, we wanted to make sure if he was going to survive, that we were going to figure out what happened to him if this was not natural causes. But to sit there and be like, it's basically the same, whatever, fuck it. Like, bro, no.
The same size and dimension, other than Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those? Is it any different than a bag from the police department?
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size
You don't
and
know
dimension. Other than
You don't know that though. But you don't know that though. The only way for you to know that is if you have both knowledge of what actually makes up the paper bag for Stop and Shop and what actually scientifically makes up the paper bag that you get, that you just pull out, that the freaking, I don't know, the low man on the totem pole restocks every day, and you just go into all these lockers and just pull out all these evidence bags and throw them in your car. You need to know exactly, like, you cannot sit there and say, and with your hand to God or whatever in front of a jury and be like, they're the same. No, you don't know that. You don't know that. Have you worked in a paper bag factory? You don't know that, because I'm going to go out on a limb and say that an evidence bag is way sturdier than a Stop and Shop bag, because when I tell you that these Stop and Shop bags ever since like 2020, and by Stop and Shop, I mean all these paper grocery bags are weak as shit. Oh,
Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those rather than a bag that said evidence on it?
I don't know where that bag came from. I was in a personal car. Sergeant Lank was in a Tundra. If that bag is upside down, you wouldn't know it didn't say evidence on it. I'm not sure where that bag.
Liar. Five Guys bag is probably stronger. The amount of grease that those bags take, and they hold up. Will everything smell like burgers and fries for the next 3.5 days? Yeah, but they hold up. Oh my God.
Where that bag came from.
And the plastic cups, do you know what happened to those?
That's the problem though. I don't know where that bag came from. I don't know where that bag came from. I was in my personal vehicle. So did it come from your vehicle? Did it come from your personal vehicle? Because why is there a Stop and Shop bag in a not personal vehicle? If you were in the cop car that you get the keys for, because now you're a cop who gets to drive a car from the police force, and there's a Stop and Shop bag in there, and it's easily confusable with a freaking evidence bag. Where did the Stop and Shop bag come from? I don't think it came from, like, bro, I think you're sitting there, and this is not fact, this is just my opinion. I think you're sitting there and you just might be actually realizing in this very moment that it probably came from your goddamn car. Because you look like the type of guy. You look like the type of guy. You look like the type of guy who, when you go shopping at Stop and Shop, you snatch a couple of extra paper bags on your way out. Just in case you need them. Oh, crazy. I don't really type too much in chat. It's all talking. Sorry. Just in case. You never know. He never uses them. They just get piled up, folded up, taken in the house, thrown out, Never use them. But just in case.
Yes, they were turned over to the criminalists as
Well,
well.
hello,
Where did
how
you
are
store them
you?
before they
I
were
hope
turned
you're
over to the
well.
criminals?
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
I'm going along.
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
It is, yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence,
Killer.
broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
Why? What are they doing? Oh. Uh-oh. Sorry. There's something happening. And I'm trying to be nosy. I'm trying to be nosy. There's something happening out there. I'm trying to be nosy. Oh, interesting. They're talking about remodel. Interesting. So why do you have the glass? You are a retired, so you are currently in possession of some evidence. You are currently in possession of some evidence. Why do you have that? Why do you have evidence? You're not even a police officer anymore. You're not even a police officer anymore. And when you were a police officer, you worked for Canton PD. And the moment John O'Keefe was declared no longer with us, this is a state police case. So why do you have evidence?
Gloves and some scissors. Let me ask you about that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
It's a secure and transfer of custody.
I'm going along. Okay.
Oh, approaching. This is actually kind of weird. Why is he showing evidence?
Lieutenant, before you open the box, were you one of the officers that discovered that broken glass?
Yes.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you place it in the evidence locker?
I don't recall.
And then
What?
inevitably, it was transitioned to somebody.
Hold. What the fuck is going on? What do you mean you don't recall? Where is the chain of custody report? Where is it? Where is it? But like, here's the thing. You shouldn't have to remember because it should be noted. It should be marked. It should be written down. It should be reported. There should be a docket. There should be a ledger. There should be all of this information. This is a piece of evidence for the death of a police officer. And you're like, I don't remember. So who put it there? Who took it out? Who gave it to this person? Who had it? Who did this? Who tested it? Who put it back in the bag? Who tipped it back up? Who took it out of the bag? Who put it back in the bag? Who tipped it back up? Who did it? How do you now have it? How do you have this? Why do you have this? How did you get this? You don't work for the police department anymore. Why? But you don't work there. Bro, you don't go here no more. What do you mean?
Somebody from the
I am
forensic unit?
so
That's correct.
Were you
confused.
personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of custody. I was turning it over to the criminalist to the state police.
No. You were so passive, my guy. You were so passive that the moment the first trial ended, you were like, I'm retiring. I probably got another good 6 maybe years, but I'm retiring. I'm out.
Slap.
I'm out.
After that glass was
Passive.
given to the criminalist, did you ever have possession of it again?
Never.
Did you ever package it or touch it again in any way?
No, never.
Did you ever
Until
process it in
now.
any way?
No.
Did you put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay, I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please.
Brendan, I don't think you're doing what you're doing.
Is there an item in that bag?
There is.
Would you please open the bag and show us what's in that bag?
And that's the glass. Here we go. Oh, going to the dock. Okay, good. Let me know how it goes.
Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag, back in the box, please.
Put it back in the bag, in the
Lieutenant
bag, in
Gallagher,
the
does
box.
that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Okay.
This was found. Did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the 6-foot asphalt berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6-inch.
What's a berm?
It's it's basically curbing, but it's made of asphalt. It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see. We were trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes,
About what time?
a little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
at 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank
Did you travel together or separate?
together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview, outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or not, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time.
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas or people?
Always.
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observation, suspicious activity training, and you look for clues when you're speaking to people. Whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, there's certain behavioral characteristics.
At this point, did you have any understanding that this would later?
Uh-oh. Don't cross your legs in front of a cop because they might think you're guilty. They might think you're guilty. Oh, wow. All right. So I need to go back.
Suspicious activity training, and you look for clues when you're speaking to people. Whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, there's certain behavioral characteristics.
At this point, did you have any understanding that this would later be a crime scene?
I did. Yes.
What
I
happened?
hate that.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
No,
Okay.
not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that could be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large. It was between the garage and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert.
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he went to the kitchen area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Ms. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Miss McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No.
Were you trying to listen?
No.
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Objection on it.
I'll allow it.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Was there anything about it that caused you to hone in?
Just a social conversation? What the hell is a social conversation? What is a social conversation when a police officer is now deceased? What is a social conversation? So were you not talking to Brian Albert about what's going on at all? Were y'all just catching up buddy to buddy?
Hone in.
Getting
or
to
be
know each
concerned?
other?
I'll allow that.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the
Sure.
items?
I didn't look around. I just with my eyes.
Did you get to see?
I didn't look around. I just looked around with my eyes. I didn't look around, but I just looked around with my eyes. I just used my eyes. I just used my eyes. I just looked around with my eyes, but I didn't look around. I looked around, but I didn't look around.
To see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything broken or looked out of place?
No. Nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different or suspicious in any way?
Nothing.
Was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Ryan Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital, and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, what does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
Well, it was based off of a conversation I had with my chief in the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement in the ongoing investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin Albert, and he was the brother of the homeowner, and I didn't want any potential bias, whether unconscious or subjective, to be perceived by the O'Keefe's, by the O'Keefe family.
So when the state police got involved and you had the conversation with the chief, was that the end of your efforts towards this?
It was the end of our efforts until I helped facilitate during the search warrant on February 1st.
And so at some point, was the defendant's Lexus brought to the Canton Police Department?
It was.
Was it put in a particular area of the Canton Police Department?
It was.
What area?
The Sally Port.
What's a Sally Port?
Sally Port is where, when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically a extra large garage. It has 4 doors, then numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We typically go in door 4 and pull towards door 3. Door 4 is lowered, and then prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. The exterior doors to the Sally Port can only be opened by the dispatch console.
When crime scene services came to look at the car, was that the same day, the 29th, or later time?
No, it was February 1st.
Did the Lexus remain in the Sally Port area from the 29th until February 1st?
Yes.
When representatives from the crime lab from the Massachusetts State Police came on February 1st, who provided them access to the Lexus?
I was one of the people there that was there. I don't know if I provided them direct access, but I certainly would have. And I assisted them if they needed things. That's when the chain of custody, the exchange of custody for the blood samples and the glass occurred as well.
And during their processing of the Lexus, were you there for parts of it?
I was in and out, yes, but I did not partake.
Thank you very much.
I was in and out, but I did not partake.
Please. Mr. Jackson, is this video up there yours or is it the Commonwealth?
Don't mind. Or is it?
All right.
Now, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, you have already established that you were at the scene on January 29th, early morning, January 29th, 2022. We've seen the video of the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
So you were integral to at least an initial search of the scene, which recovered the drinking glass that you've shown us, as well as some of the blood byproduct that you talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You were the ranking person on scene. You've already described that.
Yes, that's correct.
There were also several other officers from Canton PD who were there with you.
Yes, there was 4 other officers, yes.
Can you just name those other officers?
Yeah, Detective Sergeant Lank, Lank, Detective Sergeant Good, Goode, Officer Mullaney, Mullaney, and Officer Saraf, Saraf.
Okay. When you initially, let me back up and ask a different question. Given the fact that you were the ranking officer, the way that it works in a police department is everybody sort of reports up the chain of command, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So they would have all reported up to you in some particular.
That's correct.
And then, of course, you report to I think you're the deputy chief, and then the deputy chief reports on up to the chief, correct?
That's correct.
You were involved in not only the exposing of some of that blood byproduct, but also exposing the glass with the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
You were responsible for utilizing certain equipment. You chose a leaf blower at the time, correct?
I did, yes.
There was also, I'm guessing, there was also some use of your hands and or the gloved hands with some others to recover some of the items.
Yeah, I didn't use my hands.
How did you get the glass into a bag?
That was Detective Sergeant Lank.
Somebody had to pick it up, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean. The use of hands to manipulate some of the items, correct?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't understand that question.
That's
I
okay.
thought you were speaking about me.
It's probably my fault, not yours.
No, that's okay.
There was also some plastic cups that we talked about. We'll talk more about those in a second. Those were utilized as well, correct?
Were, yes.
And you were responsible for the use of those as well.
Yes, it was my decision, yes.
In terms of the search of the scene, the recovery of evidence, the recovery of biological material, the use of tools to recover those biological materials, all of that rested, at least ultimately at the scene, on your shoulders, correct?
Yes, it did.
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes, we can call it an interview. It's when I met with the prosecutor, yes.
And that was about
Oh my God.
2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Michael Proctor, you know that name.
Are
do.
you
Who's my
kidding me?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know if he was lead or trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you sit here, you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for.
I know he was one of them, yeah.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
Bro hasn't been paying attention to anything. He hasn't been paying attention to anything. Gallagher has skirted by. He is skirted by through this whole entire. He might. I don't. I mean, I don't want to go as far as he's skirted by through his entire career, but he is skirted by through this entire case. He did not have a meeting with the defense with the district attorney's office until April of 2024. Either I missed the day, so it was either right before trial started or during trial, to prep him for when you are going to take the stand and testify in one of the most outrageous events of this entire case. The leaf blower, the red Solo cup, the Stop and Shop bag. No one talks to you. No one talked to you from the district attorney's office. No one talked to you from the troopers. No one had conversations. No one had a conversation with you until 2024. Bro didn't write a report. That was not his job. Bro wasn't interviewed. He just showed up, said his words, dropped a little shock and awe, and went on his way.
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's
He
office.
retired.
Right. I know you didn't.
I don't know how they assign the cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if
I do not. I did not know he was. I knew he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they
Wow.
do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may have had a partner, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent, the person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization of and documentation of evidence collection and the movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things like that.
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence in. I wouldn't know
Bro.
You're also familiar with Juror correct?
that. I know who he is.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully.
I know. Yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Juror Buchanan interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did
Did
not.
Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief, interview you formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't understand that question.
Did anybody at Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police, did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence, transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors. Yes.
Okay. Other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Tell us when you wrote your report about what happened at the scene.
L. Jackson was like, "Oh my God, are you dumb?" Yeah, his mom. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Realizing what you did at the scene.
I didn't.
You didn't write a report?
About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this investigation.
I only did the metadata report. I did not write a report at the scene.
You never, in fact, the fact is you never wrote any report about what happened at the scene, correct?
Correct.
You didn't memorialize that in any formal way on Canton PD letterhead.
Holy crap. What metadata report did you write? What metadata report did you write? Wow.
To describe what you did and how you did it at the scene.
No.
Normally, when you report to a scene as a first responder, you would be expected to write a report about that, whatever that conduct is.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
What you're the ranking person at a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene.
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We don't even know there's a crime committed at this time. My responsibilities are to make sure reports are written, not to necessarily write the reports myself. I'm the supervisor. It's my job to make sure reports are written, evidence is logged, those types of things.
Under ordinary circumstances, you would respond to a scene as a supervisor, and you would oversee what other people are doing. What your
That's
subordinate-
correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over you.
I apologize.
You would want to supervise or oversee what your subordinate officers, whatever he or she might be doing or they might be doing. You're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually conducting the investigation or picking up evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things back.
Correct. Detective Sergeant Lake's investigation, yes.
So in that circumstance, you wouldn't be expected to write a report because all of that conduct is memorialized by others subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, right, the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct, yes.
You noted the drinking glass and actually called somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Blank, to pick up the drinking glass and recover it as a potential piece of evidence.
That is correct.
You noted the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That's correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was, in other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Correct.
And you instructed others to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You also secured the plastic containers in which to recover the blood.
That is correct.
I think this is a great point for Jackson to like nail down in front of the jury. But you were not just supervising. You were doing the leaf blower. You got the cups. You put the blood in the cups. You found the glass. You got the glass. You went to you did all this. You did all this. You did all these things. You should memorialize the things you did. If you were just supervising, making sure people were doing what they were supposed to do in the way that they were supposed to do, then okay, maybe you get mentioned in a report, maybe you write a supplemental report like, hey, I supervised all this, I read some reports, everything looks good, checks out, all my I's dotted with the T's of the lines. But you did the things. You did the things.
You also directed someone
You
to
did
get a
the
bag
things.
to put the plastic containers in and ultimately transport it, correct?
That's correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this
You put evidence into the temporary evidence room locker refrigerator, and you did not write it down. You did not make it known in some way that, hello, I have evidence, and now it is in this position. You did not do that.
circumstance,
I wish I grabbed
you
my
were the
headphones.
centerpiece of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Seidelin.
Oh,
But you didn't find it
garbage.
important enough to write a
Absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. But you did all these things at the scene. And he's like, yeah, and I made sure someone else wrote about it. Skirting by. And this is the corruption. It's the laziness. It's the laziness. It's the I can get away with not doing all of the things. It's fine because my superior did it. They trained me this way. They didn't do these things. No one did these things. These things aren't the things that you do. Can just get away with it. It's fine. It's fine. The laziness year after year after year after training after training after training, it sets in and that turns into corruption because you're just lazy and just bad at your job.
of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Seidelin.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the scene at what time was it, by the way?
I got there shortly after
Whoa.
7.
Okay, you knew that person who was fighting.
That is not where you use that. This is not where you say, well, there's a person fighting for their life. No, bro. That's going to be a hard stop for me. That looks bad. One, you're not an ER doc. 2, you're not a surgeon. 3, you're not a nurse. 4, you're at the scene, not in the hospital. 5, no. You do not get to use someone else's trauma to be bad at your job. No. No.
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Seidelin.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the scene at what time was it, by the way?
I got there shortly after 7.
Okay, you knew that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That's correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, definitely not what I'm saying.
Is literally what you just said.
Obviously, reporting to a scene and supervising a scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Because, just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, you want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That's correct.
That's why you're highly trained to memorialize and report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate as best you can with as much detail as you can exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done, correct?
Yes.
I want him to be like, so why would you not write a report when, if in this situation, forensically this report, you did a thing? This is a terrible question. These not in these exact words because I'm not a lawyer. Would a report written by you about the things that you did be stronger, more powerful evidence and more respectable within like the police than a report written by your subordinate about things that you did? someone not as trained as you, someone not as someone who is much more novice than you, someone who does not have the experience like you do. You are trained. You can tell when someone's lying because they cross their legs or they put their arms in front of their body. Write a report. Write a report. Just write a report.
Officer Light wrote a report in this case.
Sure.
Did Officer Mulaney?
I believe you did, yes.
Did Officer Seraph?
Yes.
Did Officer Good? Sergeant Good?
Yes.
But you did not.
I did not.
No. Loser.
Who was the first officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene, be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
One of the important things that we've talked about, Mr. Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery, not just the fact that something was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered, correct?
Sure.
You'd want to know who was there and who's around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know
Very
exactly where it's recovered, correct?
Good,
Yes.
good.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
Did you diagram or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or
I did
out
not.
at the scene
No.
about where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you did write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
Yeah, conditions weren't. It was pretty hard to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes. No.
Did you take any pictures?
At some point, you mentioned a person by the name of
Pictures.
Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
It would have been really hard. I know product placement is the, can you see the label on the bottom? Yeah, probably. It would have been really hard. Obviously they had phones available because who was it? Good took a video of the leaf blower in action, but they didn't take any pictures of anything. There's no pictures because I don't know, because I don't know why. I mean, God forbid you already used your personal phone to take a video. You might as well take a couple pictures while you're at it. This man.
That's correct.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
He's the deputy chief of Canton Police.
He was active on active duty at the time? When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? He was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy chief and chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Kelleher did not come out of his house and take over the
version of it, the red line, or what do they call those little?
A brief?
No, there's another word for it. Like the cliff notes.
Oh, the Cliff Notes. The Cliff Notes of so far today is we're covering Lieutenant Gallagher, who was the Canton PD lieutenant who used a leaf blower.
Who's using a leaf blower?
So they wanted to get some blood samples or what they thought was blood. And it was snowing, so it was a blizzard. It was coming down about an inch an hour. And so they were like, we don't want to get, and there, mind you, there was only like 4 inches of snow. There was only about 4 inches. It wasn't that bad at this point. And so they wanted to get all of this, all of the evidence and look at everything. And so they're like, well, we can't bring out shovels because what if we break something? And so a sergeant or a lieutenant or whatever went home, grabbed his personal leaf blower. And there was a video that they filmed on their own phone of this guy using the leaf blower, and he found a broken cocktail glass. And then he put that cocktail glass in evidence, temporary evidence. There's no chain of it at all. And then he also said, oh no, I think this might be blood. And so now I need to put all of this stuff into something. There's snow and blood and dirt and I need to get it back to the police station. And so he went next door, which is also a police officer's home, and said, hey, do you have anything I can put like blood stuff in? He's like, I got some red Solo cups. And he said, "Oh my God, that's actually really perfect for blood evidence, and snow. So I'll put it in that, and then I'll put these red Solo cups in this random Stop and Shop paper bag that we found in someone's car, and then that will be fine, and nothing bad could happen, because there's no lids or anything, so it's fine. We'll just put 6 cups at the bottom of the bag." And then the next known whereabouts of these red Solo cups are 3 days later on the ground of the garage where Karen Reed's SUV has been stored for the last 3 days, being photographed by somebody, open, still in the red Solo cups, on the ground of a garage.
The investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to detail,
That is correct.
at least while you were there.
That's correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do in terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
So let me take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
Okay. What's the reason that you want to preserve a scene? What does that mean?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence to make sure nothing is disturbed.
Correct.
Okay. Civilians can't kind of trace through, walk through evidence, right?
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase, principally, evidence in, evidence out. Someone traced through a crime scene, you bring evidence with you, and you take it back out. It's on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene is best efforts, it's best practices to make sure that nothing's moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
What did you do? That's my question. What did you do to preserve that scene?
So there were no civilians ever to trample through. Were rescue efforts made on Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, that's priority. So rescue workers do go into any type of scene. Medical life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene, the original officers put out crime scene tape to mark an area, and later it was documented, it was photographed, and evidence was collected.
And it was searched by you, at least initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear this out, make sure I'm not mistaken. You described for Mr. Brennan basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. Correct?
Yes.
You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
That is correct.
You were told by Sergeant Lang generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Okay. And Mr. Good and Sergeant Good as well.
Right. Sergeant Lang never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lang that he did not have personal knowledge of, and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations.
Okay.
And that was the last of my involvement with that. I hope that clarifies things for you.
Forget the drone. I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the
Correct.
scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, CARS.
I think there was one. Crash accident reconstruction section, I'm assuming.
Okay, so it's a forensic, a member of NSP who does forensic diagrams, correct?
I would say. I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction of some sort.
Sure, reconstruction of some sort.
So you were there to help provide information about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
And be a Canton police officer present in case any neighbors had come out.
So you were there to help provide information about, or at least you did provide information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a guess on your part.
It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Lang, correct?
Yes,
Who also didn't see John O'Keefe in place on the ground at 34 correct?
that's correct, yes.
So his would be a guess also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was information passed along, which is what police officers do.
Right. But the police officer who was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist establish a formal report, and the CARS report was an officer who not only didn't see where John O'Keefe's body was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Right? Can we at least agree on
No,
that?
you have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure,
That's very-
I'll try again. The point is, Mr. Gallagher, you happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS,
No.
ultimately their CARS report.
No.
Isn't it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So
I'm not
I wasn't, I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there. And you Brian Tully's.
I do.
Have you reviewed Brian Tully's report?
I have not. You showed me one section of it.
Is it true that what you actually told Brian Tully is that you went with Trooper Proctor and you're already shaking your head now? I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that part wrong. You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So let me be a little bit more defined. So in Trooper Tully's report, where he reports what you said, you were actually talking to Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay. So now we got that cleared up. Let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road?
Meaning they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were going to document Fairview Road, not me.
So you just said something that I would follow up on.
Okay.
The report's not clear, correct?
That's correct.
So that's an inaccurate report.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all. I'm just saying you're misinterpreting the wording.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report.
Yeah, sometimes sentences have different meanings.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did.
And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruiser to 34 Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar with what they do.
But you do believe that, as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do
Right.
believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was the photograph, I guess, which if you mean by document photograph, I guess it could, I would agree. If it means take measurements, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct,
So
yes.
he would have gotten that information.
From you. That is correct.
Now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
CARS report. That's 3 people in line. None of them saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn when he was recovered.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of,
of Mr. O'Keefe
oh, no.
at the location.
No, we wouldn't, nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing life-saving measurements.
There's no body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
Right.
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. But you don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
Or 12 feet off. You can't say.
I could, only approximately. You are correct, yes.
You did meet with Officer Seraph. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes,
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client.
He did not know.
You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Kenton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
I
I'm sorry.
apologize.
That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described the circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by
the
the
room off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe. Did you ride back from that meeting with, or that event to Kenton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time.
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversations you had with Officer Seraph. You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank.
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it. You did say that. Let me back up and ask you a different question. You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material with blood, or as you, I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You haven't done any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood on the street.
That's correct.
How far were you from Kenton PD? Approximately.
Mile and a half.
You had your cruiser with you,
I had my personal vehicle with me.
your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched as you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers
Yes, they did.
or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
4 personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked in it, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wish to, as a ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand to go do something further into the investigation as you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did you do in that regard?
Remember, I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it. You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That's correct.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's a blood stain. There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD,
Yeah.
you could have gone back and done a swab.
Could have.
But you didn't.
Didn't want to because of the weather. Because you just said because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly, and I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard,
Well, still, in a blizzard, I've lived 3 minutes in good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So it's all 15 minutes. You sure could have done that. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material.
Sure. And I believe 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leak blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs
You could have documented the scene with photographs even if you went back and get a swab. What's the difference?
because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you to leave the scene. I didn't ask you if you
I
were leaving the
needed the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left. We're securing that scene.
scene. So you saw pink stains in the cell, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, Officer Good, probably called Sean, Sarge, go home and get a leak blower.
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Canton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs
Oh, so now one of your officers could have gotten swabs, even if the lieutenant, ranking lieutenant had dispatched him to go get a swab.
because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Could you have made a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten the swabs?
Sergeant Lang could have gotten him as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. After Tom Keller, right?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Keller gave you red solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold liquid terrifically.
They're also not sealed, correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safety, correct?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material so quickly? What are the factors that you considered, weight and balance, in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me, you're a professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. Or if that was the case, then you would have 2 sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on whose DNA it is.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
While you were, let me stay on this for a second. So obviously, there's a reason why blood swabs or biological swabs are handled with such care. For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes, they're going to put on a mask. Right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes, they put on goggles. Is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right. If I were to go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when they walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So there are protocols, and you said just a second ago, Scout, well, it's DNA, unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact.
And that's not quite what he said.
That's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough that it doesn't really matter
No.
if it's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay. So it could be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, foreign either aerosols or somebody's spill when they're talking, correct?
Sure.
It could be contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically,
Right. Of course, these solo cups didn't have lids on, right?
they did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples.
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in 6, how many solo cups were there?
6.
6 solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that Stop and Shop bag is, other than have the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag, you know exactly where it came from And who's handling it?
Not necessarily.
Comes from a manufacturer
Sure.
whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer. Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think about some of the most important investigations around. The manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that they're bona fides, the provenance of those bags.
And even though they're not at the point of, oh, this is a homicide of a law enforcement official, you are still collecting evidence from where the law enforcement official was found not breathing and half frozen to death. So you are treating it like it is a crime scene, kind of. You're doing the bare necessities of it, but not actually treating it as if it was a crime scene. Because, well, he's not dead yet. He's not officially dead yet. It's not officially a homicide yet.
Is maintained, correct, and protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Canton PD pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do,
You
yes.
mentioned almost tongue in cheek, look, except for the price, it's probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
What's the reason?
Well, it's not shop, it would make 10 cents.
Yeah.
But that bag's not really good. Who's
What would the reason be for the price difference between a Stop and Shop paper bag and a paper evidence bag used by police departments? Is the question the witness asked on the stand. This dude's just dumb. He's just a dumb guy.
where it's been, or who's handling it, right? It's got my note in my exit, really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know how they price it, because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of
Well, the other one mentioned, the price.
that. Oh, no. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, we're speaking over each other. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Conley, you gotta wait.
Yep.
There's a reason, my point is there's a reason, right?
Yes.
The evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price, like every other law enforcement agency, because of that, correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No, they're not the same. They're not the same.
Those solo cups were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes,
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle.
it was closed and Sergeant Lang transported it to his vehicle. Yes,
When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
correct.
Folded
was it
over
closed or
is not
sealed?
Not
closed
that time, no.
There was no,
when it comes to open red solo cups full of snow and blood and a Stop and Shop bag. Folded over is not closed. This man has been a police officer at this point for like 35 years, and he's going to sit there in front of a jury and say, it was closed, it was sealed. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
there was no evidence tape that went on it.
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around.
Uh,
Assume they melted.
yes,
There's liquid blood and liquid water,
That's correct.
snow.
that's correct.
And you indicated that those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was a temporary storage locker.
In the
Yeah.
evidence.
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
Why
Evidence log
not?
Indicating that those were actually put into the refrigerated.
It's so bold. No,
That's-
I do not.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
Why?
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into the refrigerated evidence log.
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerated unit
When did you remove them?
on February 1st.
Right. We're talking about January 29th. They were taking Canton PD, like, Officer Lang, Sergeant Lang, on January 29th. I'm just asking, let me ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all computerized.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And
And-
that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct?
And every time it's checked,
For a veteran police officer to respond to the question, does Canton PD utilize evidence logs, and him saying, I don't know. What don't you know? That nothing gets logged? Because you didn't log your evidence. There is no log. There is no chain of custody for the blood, for the glass. There's no timestamp, there's no date, there's no tape, there's no signature, there's no piece of paper, there's no video. Well, there's video of the glass being discovered, but there's no location point. It's just there. It's just there. It's just there. Well, I know it was in the refrigerator because I took it out of the refrigerator on the 1st. That's great, but you drove it to Canton PD on the 29th. So what happened in between? Who's looked at it? Who's touched it? Who's moved it? Where has it been? Who had access to it? Who put it there in the first place? Because you don't remember.
Out or put it back in, there's a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco specialist, right?
Mhm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean, you get a bottle of fentanyl. You're not just going to set it on the ethics subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That's correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly went into, well, not supposedly, because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that you can even have access to the permanent once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant will take care of that.
That's the way it's.
Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
2 minutes?
Two questions, and I'm also.
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I've never seen an evidence log.
That's all I have, at least at this time.
All right.
So I really hope Jackson calls either one or both of those evidence officers, because what are you doing? They need to call them. They need to sit them on the stand, and they need to tell the jury, oh yeah, no, we didn't really log all that stuff. Temporary evidence we didn't log until it went into permanent evidence. So there is not going to be a log of the blood and the glass and this and that until everything's handed over to the state police and photographed 3 days later.
All right, Lieutenant, when I have it back.
All right, so he is done. Well, they're done for that day. And then jumping to, gosh, we're so behind. Ah. Okay, jumping right back into day 10. Lieutenant Gallagher is still on the stand.
See, hear, or read anything about this case?
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leash blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But you did say at some
But
point,
you
I think on
uncovered the
examination, you
berm.
said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black in color, baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, removing the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around, when you were in the house, this is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lank. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago in another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to, asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can't see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search,
Fair enough.
type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Ms. Gallagher. With regard to
A miscommunication about what type of
With regard to
observation? A miscommunication about what type of observation? Man.
the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any. You didn't search the kitchen area.
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that.
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware.
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement. We talked about that previously.
Correct. No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage.
No, sir.
You
No.
didn't look around the garage.
No.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything.
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant.
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house.
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meeting was one of the, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of the residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least to your mind.
That's correct, based on the.
All of these witnesses sitting here and just blatantly saying the house had nothing to do with the incident. The house had nothing to do with it. Nothing happened in the house. The house had nothing to do with it. Without even making sure that that is true or not is absolutely strange. To sit there, oh, the house had nothing to do with it. Did you search the house? No. Oh. So how do we
Based on the
know?
evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time?
At that time.
So Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses.
Oh, he was there to speak to Jennifer McCabe only. Okay, but just in a group setting. Yeah, just in a group setting. Yeah, everyone's kind of hanging out, getting breakfast, making some more coffee, talking. But, you know, he's just there. He's just talking to her. Right, but just in a group setting.
Is asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
I'm not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
I know we shortly thereafter we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge? The homeowner was a police officer.
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case?
Absolutely not.
It did factor into your decision making that Brian Albert was a police officer?
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me. Absolutely not.
Okay, not by you?
No.
Okay.
Why was he so proud about charging, like, filing warrants for officers' houses and charging their kids? He was so proud. He's like, I've actually had to like arrest a lot of my friends' kids because of the drugs, and I have no problem. I have no problem with it. Okay, then search the house.
So knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday,
And I'd like to know if all those instances were just Canton PD officers or Boston PD or ATF. Because Higgins was ATF.
that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
You indicated that you contacted your Deputy Chief Kelleher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Kelleher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Kelleher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, A-R-L-O.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, that's still.
Yeah, and get it
Arlo's
right,
brand. It's
Jackson.
still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion-activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Briefly.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallagher, would you take a look at that photograph that I just handed you?
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me, so it'd save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
It is S. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's? Sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a
You're handed a picture of a door with a camera above it, next to it. And the question is, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? And your response is, I recognize the door and the camera. So is that a yes? I don't understand. I think this guy is just a little dumb.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its
Did you see
positioning,
it, or
basically
did
its
you know it
positioning
was there?
in January of 2022?
Yes.
Did you seek the footage?
No, I didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, when you publish, actually, I'd like to mark this as evidence next in order.
Okay.
I may approach.
Yes.
Is it 53?
Did you seek the footage? I know
Yeah,
it didn't show
Yes.
anything. How do you know what happened? How do you know what happened for it to know that it didn't catch anything? You have to know what happened to know where it happened, to know where all the cameras are, and to know what cameras are going to catch something or not. You can sit here and say, I know it wasn't going to catch anything, but you don't know what happened. This is hour one of you on site, and you have gone over to his house and you have said, I need something to put liquidy, snowy blood in. He hands you red Solo cups. Oh, right, you have cameras. Can you check and see if you have any footage? Can I see if you saw anything over this past night of events for the law enforcement man on the ground dead now? You didn't even ask? Well, I know what happened, but you don't know what happened because you weren't there. You just got there. You don't have anything to put blood in. And you're going to sit here confidently and say, well, I know what happened.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize
don't
this
need
as
the
being a
blood.
photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which
Yes.
I'm highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the
And
front porch
outward.
of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay.
So there's a possibility it could have caught them.
And we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incidents that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captured?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage.
And so how do you know, since you know what it captures, how do you know what happened the night prior to why you're there collecting blood and snow? How do you know what happened then? That's great. You know what happened, what the camera captures. That's okay, cool. So what if the thing that happened was somehow in front of that camera?
Footage from his iPhone?
He just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay,
Yes, I've seen it.
so you've seen screenshots that Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security out of houses multiple times. I know we captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I
No,
didn't
that's
think it was
not the
practical.
question.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. So,
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
so you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about. I don't have Arlo cameras, so I don't know anything about.
So you don't
system, but I have Blink, so we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have Blink, correct?
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like that Ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring.
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Yes, because you did
Did
not get
Deputy
the
Chief
footage
Kelleher
from
get
the
any
camera.
special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017 when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston-Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick
Why?
and mortar
What?
location.
What? What?
Working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually
Why?
officed in the brick and mortar.
Why did
location of Canton
ATF
PD.
have a
Yes, he did.
satellite
Did he maintain-
office at Canton PD? Why did the ATF have a satellite office in Canton PD? Why? For what? What is going on in this town? What is going on in this town?
in that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
Okay. So
Your
it is safe to say
besties.
that you have both a
You
professional
love 'em.
and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Sure.
question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean.
Yes,
I know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
You didn't let
you
him
say
out at
in a
then.
report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived there. The night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that
The question is, why would you be aware of Brian Higgins's whereabouts if you didn't know he was involved with the entire evening? Why would it even be a name that's being brought up that you're having conversations about if you didn't know he was a part of the night? He was at the bar, he was at the house, his Jeep, all the. You knew he was involved because you were talking about him.
you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
At sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank you for that.
I apologize.
My bad. Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of
My
your
bad.
involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's
correct. Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended their house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's
Have a
absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were
So
removed.
I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were
Were
removed,
you
and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay.
Which is also quite strange because everyone is sending text messages. Everyone's texting, everyone's talking, everyone's hanging out and having their own little side conversations during this investigation. And if you really were like that close, that buddy with Brian Higgins, I want to see your texts. Did you send a text to Brian Higgins and was like, "Did you hear about John O'Keefe?" I don't know, man. I don't know. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Give me like, I don't know. I gotta go pee.
You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain to the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. The other square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building.
Is it really that
And,
secure
depending
though?
upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top-level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that be
Yeah,
where?
explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card,
Yes, I am.
and that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's why I said the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the sally port, if I could. You can enter the sally port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to services to sally port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side. Now, it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the sally port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the sally port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the sally port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the sally port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the sally port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified, so I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure at
was
the time.
in the sally port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the sally port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the sally port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes,
Maybe
sir.
even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
share things?
No, we do. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, sworn police department, correct?
The uniform police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yeah.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
So where was the dog? It was a blizzard outside. They couldn't have tied the dog up outside. Where was the dog? Was the dog in the basement? Did you hear a dog? Where's the dog? Because that dog would not take well to these random people just coming in and out of the house constantly. Where's the dog?
Speaking of the sally port, I want to move back to the sally port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit. Moving back to the sally port, you indicated that basically all uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that sally port. They also would have access to everything inside the sally port, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your sally port?
But we had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a similar piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it
Again,
was on your property, in your sally port, with access through your key cards.
that's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, Sorry, 30th or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them.
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been, you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not, you had already moved from that spot? In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are right.
as a lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
No, that was Lieutenant Kelleher at the time. I know you keep it's a mix-up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix-up might be.
So he was
when you
lieutenant
refer to Deputy Chief Kelleher, he was actually Lieutenant Kelleher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay. As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that, unfortunately, John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agent.
And I hate saying it. But he's right. But he's right. It is the state's case. It's the state police case. Now, there was discussion of the Sally Port being where the vehicle will exist. It's up to the state troopers to go take all the photos, to go secure everything, make sure, let's do the logs, transfer the stuff. The transfer of the evidence didn't happen until the 1st. But he did pass on the 29th. The state police took over on the 29th. It took him a while to get out there, to get all the other evidence, to get all of this, to get all of that. Proctor was very much active in other ways. So it's, yes, everything is pretty much in limbo. Kind of. I don't even want to call it limbo because the Canton PD, they agreed, okay, the SUV can be here until you come get it. But it's not our case anymore. Someone has passed. A law enforcement official has passed. It is the state trooper's job. It is the state's job. Now, if the state troopers were like, hey, do you guys mind just doing a full wrap of the vehicle and pictures and video and stuff for us, that'd be great, and you can just transfer it over to us. Sweet. Awesome. On top of it, well, they just trusted. We'll just, pull this over here, pull this cone over here, put some tape, and there's no bad guys anywhere. No bad guys. Everyone's super good here. No bad guys. No guys that are bad. No one bad. It's fine. Trustworthy. We're all trustworthy. And we'll just leave the car here for a couple of days. And wow, I found a hair.
The agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct? Correct. And you would agree with me that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, like a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hypersensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
They can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done, yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium
Yes.
I just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I mean by sensitivity. You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints, yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs, if we could. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. There are 4 photographs, John, I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr. Kelly, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Any objections to
No objection, thank you.
It's 54.
Your Honor,
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location of the vehicle, the broken tail light, I believe that's Ms. Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken.
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could agree to call it a rag or
You think it's a paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture, in the pictures, but it's a white object, yes.
For all I care, the white thing, that's
Yes.
fine. All right, and you see that that's next to it.
Yeah. Isn't it dumb? Isn't this dumb? Was this really where this needed to happen? Is this really the best place for this? And just so we're all clear, this is the blood, red Solo cups, in the Stop and Shop bag, still.
To a tire just at the top of the picture, just for orientation purposes.
Yeah, appears to be 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire, yes.
Okay, and that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag, yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record. What's
Yep,
depicted
there it
inside the
is.
bag?
The red Solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do, yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
I can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby, yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph.
And just so we're all on the same page. This is happening February 1st. These photos are from February 1st. These photos are from February 1st, not the 29th. These are from February 1st. So those red Solo cups in that paper bag have been sitting in maybe a refrigerator, in maybe temporary evidence, a locker, maybe it hasn't been interfered with. Maybe there's no knowing for sure. Vicky is here. Raylene, what is going on? Hello. Vicky, how was the doctors? How did that go?
This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red Solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these
Just
are
a
the only.
virus?
We can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down.
I'm diagnosing everyone with just a virus then, because it's all just a virus. Raylene, it's just a virus. Because Raylene also same. I'm literally going to eat chips in bed and watch the stream. Make a cup of tea, get a popsicle, freeze some juice, even like little juice ice cubes or something. I made another cup of tea. And you know me, I don't like tea. I don't like tea. Tea makes my mouth feel dry. But the warmth of it makes my body feel not like dying.
These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of
I
those
hate
red Solo
what I
cups,
sound
that
like.
Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo cups.
The only ones I have
Hear
seen,
it.
yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses
Okay, can we have this conversation? Why does your mouth feel dry when you drink tea? Like my tongue feels dry after I drink tea. I don't like it. So why are people out here drinking tea? Tea, it's so good. No, I'm dry. I need a Starburst. You know, you need like a pack of Gushers after. I need a Starburst. No. She needs a Starburst. But the chips, Vicky, will help with the
houses the taillight material, correct?
I guess the
tail
oil
light
helps
area,
with all of that. I don't know.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday you
Gushers.
brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes.
What
That box had tape on it.
What do you mean by sealed? Is wild work by a veteran supervisor of detectives, law enforcement official. What do you mean by sealed? Not open red Solo cups in a Stop and Shop paper bag, simply folded over. That's exactly what we don't mean by sealed.
On it.
That's correct.
What color was
Crazy
the tape?
work.
Red.
That is
Why is the tape red?
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean,
Oh,
evidence tape is different colors.
Normally in your
The
experience,
sass is
red
rising
evidence tape
with
is
him.
used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes.
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
Correct.
Oftentimes that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You can have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? I mean, pre-printed.
Pre-printed, yes, correct.
And it may have a place for initials.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because of that. If someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
Correct. None of that was done with what we
We've
saw.
agreed already that the blood
Correct.
was stored in non-sterile Solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes.
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
They were, yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, and maybe on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember, you said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could have come out of the back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I have
correct?
no personal knowledge of that.
No.
And obviously
Could
that
have
bag
been
goes without
other
saying, is not a
cups
forensically
of
sterile
blood.
item either, correct?
I don't know
Most
what
bags are
you
not
do in
sterilized.
your free
And
time.
Not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
They were not closed. Rolling over
You-
a paper bag is not closing a paper bag. The only way to close a paper bag is to tape it. I wouldn't even consider a stapled paper bag to be closed. You didn't close the bag by rolling it over. You didn't close it. You rolled it up like a sack lunch. This is insane. Your words matter. And I know there's a juror sitting there like, yeah, they did the best that they could. And I know there's another juror sitting there like, are you kidding me? A Stop and Shop bag? Probably from the same Stop and Shop that I go to? They're dirty as all get out. Like I can't.
You will agree that having
I can't.
unsealed and
can't.
unsecured biological
Elaine,
material,
Are
specifically
you
blood
feeding your
material,
dog?
situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You have no personal knowledge of where that bag had
Now
been
you have no
or where
issue
the cups
with
had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that
Bro.
weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But
Someone
the
else?
cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time, you don't know, sitting right there.
This man is trying to skirt by all of Alan Jackson's points. He is trying his hardest to skirt by. He's skirting. He wears the skirt in this relationship, and I don't mean that in some weird sexist way. He is a professional skirter. He is skirting his way through everything, and he's trying his darndest to do it here, but it's not working. Skirt, skirt, skirt. It is not working. It's not working because Alan Jackson is going to let you get away with not answering some of the questions because he asked it 3 times and the jury is sitting there and saying, okay, maybe I won't recognize that he didn't answer the question the first time, but he's asking the same question again. Okay, well, that's not an answer. Okay, but okay, whatever. He is asking the question again and you still have not answered the question. You still have not answered the question. But what Alan Jackson is going to do, he's going to move on because the jury is able to recognize that you did not answer the question. And it doesn't make you look good. You didn't win. You didn't beat Alan Jackson. You didn't beat the cross-examination because they moved on to a different question. It makes you look bad after the jury is now realizing that this is the 14th time that you haven't answered the actual question, and we are an hour into the day. That's what's not good. He's going to let you get away and you're going to feel like you're skirting and you're going to keep your confidence when you're skirting all around this place. But it's not it. It's not it. Listen to these questions. I'm just going to go back a couple of seconds.
Or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally
No.
speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But the cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time, you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know.
How do you know?
Because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalists to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag,
before you had it on the 1st, what the hell happened to it between the 29th and when you picked it up on let's call it the mid-afternoon of February 1st? It's just sitting in a refrigerator somewhere, unmarked, untaped, unsealed, just loose John O'Keefe blood. And quite possibly hair and snow and dirt. Just loose John O'Keefe stuff. Just there. Accessible to many. Accessible to many. This is the issue. You cannot get by this. There is a window of time where this was just available. And the worst part is we don't even have remember the bookends? We don't even have the bookends of when it went in, when you found it, when you gathered it, where it was, your signature, anything to initiate that this is now in existence as evidence. It's going in this place and it is existing here until it is needed for something else. And now it is needed for something else. And there is no information and there is no signature and there is no information. There is nothing. There is no bookend. It just has simply appeared. And the memory of how it got there and when it moved and if it did move it out, it's just gone. Poof, gone. It just simply exists in this refrigerator until I need to give it to this very highly professional, highly trained, I trust with my entire life and soul being criminalist. Bro, it's on the ground of the Sally Port. I too am very hungry. I too am very hungry. Yes, I had a granola bar and some animal crackers, but That's not it. That's not going to cut it, you know?
You don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You know
actually
that it
never saw
should
in
have
the temporary
been.
evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge. If anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes.
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
You did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is
Do
correct.
you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer to my question.
Hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Brennan?
Or dare he say the possibilities are endless? Or dare he say the possibilities are endless? Hypothetically, anything is possible when you are surrounded by incompetent he has no knowledge of the possibilities and their lack of ending. Yes. I feel like this face right here is enough testimony for me. I don't think and I've said this so many times throughout this trial, it is not about yes. Proctor, for sure, he's a bad dude. I don't think these humans, I don't think these humans woke up and chose to be bad at their jobs, chose to be bad dudes. He's guilty. He's guilty of being incompetent. He's guilty of being lazy. He's guilty of mirroring what those above him and around him do on a daily basis, which is the bare minimum. That's what it is. They're lazy. I don't need to write a report. I'm a supervisor. But you were active on the scene. You found evidence. You used the snowblower. You went to get these cups. You found the bag. You made these decisions. You were not just supervising. You were physically active on the scene. But you didn't write a report. You didn't even think about writing a report. You didn't care about writing a report. You did not want to write a report because you were too lazy to write a report when you very easily could have wrote a report. You know how to. You've done it, but I'm a supervisor. I don't write reports anymore. I'm a supervisor. No, you should be writing reports. You should be reviewing all of the other reports, and you should be writing supplemental reports. You should be stamping these reports with your approval because of their accuracy, because your memory, your footage, your evidence, your information going up against your subordinates' information is exactly the same. That makes for a good team. I have full trust in my subordinates. That I didn't even need to step in. I stepped in because I didn't want them to get potential frostbite on their toes. So I'm writing this report because I was active on this crime scene. You were so lazy. You are so lazy, and it turns into corruption. The laziness, the supported laziness. It's so absolutely nonsensical. You want to be in law enforcement. You want to protect your city. You want to protect your town. You want to protect your family. You want to make the place, the world, a little bit better, a little bit safer. But God forbid you write a report. Thank God we have the video footage of you actually using the snowblower. Because if we didn't, I would have been like, you know what, you planted that goddamn cup. Because it being there makes no other sense. You know, like the only reason we can accept that the cup was there is because we have the footage, but we have no other footage. Where did this leaf blower even come from? You know what? You were a mile and a half away from the police station and you are the supervisor, not many people could go get into the place. Well, call someone and say, we need this material, these things. We need to make this as a crime scene. I'm going to act as if this is a crime scene. We have blood, we have glass. We need to do this right. So you need to call somebody on their phone. I don't care if it's snowing. Y'all are used to it. A normal nor'easter, a normal blizzard, you're used to it. Lazy. 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 I'm a supervisor and I still write reports. Exactly. Exactly. I would expect supervisors to write the top page of the report. You know, you get a stack of reports, and the very one on the top should at least be from the supervisor saying, I have read through all of these reports. I have signed off on all of these reports. I agree with all of these reports. There were no issues within these reports. There might be some amendments made, from conversations and blah, blah, blah. And there's body cam footage or whatever to call back to if needed for more detail. No. I'm a supervisor. I don't write reports. I just rolled up my chips. Can I submit it for sealed evidence? Sealed. No.
May I? Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on
Okay, before we get into redirect. What's really sticking out to me, and yes, this is oh my God, I can't. It's good enough for the Boston PD. It's good enough for me. Here's a thing that I'm having a hard time getting over. He did not know what happened that night. So even though he knows what the camera from across the street, from lieutenant, sergeant, detective, deputy, lieutenant, whatever he is, Kelleher's house, who he got the red Solo cups from, who had the camera on top of his door, even though he knew what the camera would catch, spatially wise. Oh, internet just bugged. Hold on. Sorry. I got the internet did a thing. Even though he knew what the camera would see range-wise, does not mean the camera would not pick up anything. Because in this point of time, at 7 a.m., we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. John could have been walking home or moving towards that way in the street, and something came at him like a freaking rabid, I don't know, bobcat or something. And that would have been caught on the camera. No? Maybe? Why is it so radical of an idea to say, let's get this information just in case? Let's get this video footage if there is anything. Let's just double check. Let's check and see. Let's see if there's anything on here at all. Anything at all. What if someone literally went and knocked on the door of that home? What if you don't know if that did not happen because you do not know what happened? So I don't understand this mentality of the house wasn't involved. I knew the camera wouldn't pick up anything, but you don't know what happened. Just because there was a man on the ground does not mean that he didn't go door to door, pounding on doors to see if anyone would let him in, if he's freezing or freaking out or he was drunk. Like, we don't know. You don't know. And the possibilities are freaking endless here, but you're telling me that someone else's home camera security footage would not pick anything up. Make that make sense to a person who's trying to figure out what the hell happened. Make that make sense. You're telling a jury that there is no way that camera picked up anything because nothing happened over there. You don't know that. At that point in time, you don't know that. Still, hell, we don't know that. We have no idea what happened in this point in the trial. Even after last trial, I have no idea what happened. I have absolutely no idea what happened. I have not a single clue of what is actually happening, what happened to John, how it physically happened. I have no idea. I have no idea. But I do know that everyone sitting on the stand that Brennan is bringing in and speaking in front of the jury knows what happened because they know what didn't happen. They know what happened. They didn't see it happen, but they know what did not happen. That doesn't make any sense. No one saw it happen. So no one knows what happened. I'm losing my mind.
Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Oh,
Had an
you guys
owl
wanna
camera,
see
yes.
it?
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are
'Cause it's not your
applications or
camera.
different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever
I'm
shown
not
you,
doing a
you've ever
thumbs
seen
up.
clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. I also know that they're motion-activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street, and the batteries would die, and who knows, very quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a very busy
They're
street. Are you
motion
familiar-
activated cameras. Well, what if motion happened in front of them? Why are we not losing our minds over this? I'm losing my mind over this. I know what the camera would have picked up. And I know that it wouldn't pick up anything because I know what happened. Well, then what happened, sir? How do you know it wouldn't pick up something? Because, well, I mean, I know what happened. What happened? What happened? What happened? Because you ended cross-examination that the possibilities are fucking endless. So what happened? What happened that night? What happened? Tell me. So you were there? So you saw? So you saw what happened? Oh, no. Okay. So you don't know what happened. I hate it. I'm going crazy.
familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road? Is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No.
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
Did Jen McCabe or Carrie Roberts say that Karen Reed said she hit him?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when
And don't you think if anyone heard it, that'd be a great report to write? Oh, so
investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
calls for
What is the
speculate.
natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
In this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the can't fight department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was
Yeah,
that
but
anything
until-
beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across
Spitballing.
a witness that said that this was, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you directed Mr. O'Keefe was.
No. No.
Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
No, because he was not there when John O'Keefe was on the ground. Also, Proctor was not there when John O'Keefe was on the ground. Also, Lank was not there when John O'Keefe was on the ground. I think two officers maybe saw him on the ground, Seraph and I think Good or Mulaney. One of them. I think there's like 2 officers who saw him on the ground, and you're telling me that the game telephone works?
I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
Bro could have
I was directed twice,
Bro could've been in the
first by
goddamn
Sergeant Good
driveway.
and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant
we
Lang.
have the
You
footage.
shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you
Still.
thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No.
Did you do a search of
Why
that
not?
flagpole across the front yard?
No.
Did you do a
Why
search
not?
from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
No, it was
Why
approximately
not?
15 to 18 inches
And why such a limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow?
15 to 18 inches. This man was over 6 feet tall. This man was over 6 feet tall, and you already have information. Well, you should already know that his phone, John McKee's phone, was found underneath him. And now you have glass, a glass cup, right? And you think just somehow there was no moment in time where you're like, wow, I think this dude, like, someone did this to him. He just randomly ended up no longer healthy enough where an ambulance is not needed in the snow. You didn't even think that there could be foul play, but you did because you kept searching for stuff. But you didn't think it was enough foul play to actually do a full, complete search of the lawn and reach out to neighbors and actually go into the house and, I don't know, ask to look around. Can I just kind of take a peek? Maybe check out the basement, check out the bathroom, check out some drains, separate people. Like, it just doesn't sit right. It just doesn't sit right with me. You think this guy just randomly ended up dying? A 43 or 44, how old was he? 45? I don't know. Let's call him 45-year-old man. He just died. He just dropped dead, but covered in blood also.
See snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes.
You were asked questions about people in the home, and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please. Take that down.
Okay. Time for a little break. Just a little break. Let me just do a little sidebar.
May I?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a little break. Probably like 15. Yeah, probably like 15. Because we've been going at it for almost 3 hours already. All right, so 1 p.m. Back at 1 p.m. Oh, let me send it. Back at 1 p.m. BRB. All right. I'm back. Are we ready? Are we ready to get going? To get going on what are we on? Are we on redirect still? I think so.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes.
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
Yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes.
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
No, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Were you doing any favors for anybody that morning?
No, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes,
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
that is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did.
Why did you tell him
Yeah.
to do that?
Because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when
You know these guys found out like immediately that John O'Keefe passed away when he passed away. You know they found out immediately. It was buzz. It was news. It was the only news. It was the only thing that was going on. It was the only thing that was going on. It was the only thing that was going on.
there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis and the Sally Port.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You were asked about a broken taillight. Had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
Did we try reading reports maybe?
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to criminalists, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in any of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, we can all have complete faith in the criminalist. But what we don't have complete faith in is y'all in the handling of the non-documented evidence for the last 3 days.
Yes.
There's a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to put that into evidence. I'll do it later.
Is there any objections, Mr. Jackson, any objection to? Okay.
Thank you. The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated
And you don't know where that glass came from because you didn't try to figure out where that glass came from. You didn't use your eyeballs to look or ask if you could see their cocktail glasses when you were in 34 Fairview because I guess it didn't matter to you at all. There was no inquiry. There was no even concern. You weren't even interested in knowing where that glass came from. Weren't even interested in it.
You indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
that is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper.
Yes,
Ask more questions.
absolutely.
Actually investigate.
Whoa, Jackson's on fire. He's just firing them off. I'm dropping down to 1.25. Whoa.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone right off the bat, correct?
Correct.
No one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That is
correct?
correct.
You
Yes,
follow where the evidence leads you, period. Amen.
absolutely.
You didn't seek, you didn't seek
Amen.
to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not know.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it earlier? Anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Maybe you didn't understand. Those are fighting words to Alan Jackson. So, buckle up.
Correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher.
Hold on. You are not a doctor. We wanted to get to the hospital. For what? For what? Okay, let's just go back in time. This is January 2022. We're still in COVID time. We're still in COVID time. So even I know it is quite incredible. Is it not? Is it not, Vicky? It is quite yeah. Yeah. That's so funny. We're still in COVID time. You wanted to get to the hospital for what? Like I'm not quite understanding why you wanted to get to the hospital until you have word that he's able to talk if he survived. Then you can go to the hospital. Until then, should you not try to figure out what happened? And I know that process was interrupted by John passing and the state troopers taking over. But until then, are we not in try to figure out what happened mode? Even if we're not in this is a homicide mode, are we not in try to figure out what happened? Because there is no way anyone could walk up to that seat. There's not I cannot. If Seraph gets on the stand and says I didn't even think that this could have been foul play. Immediately discredited. Every single thing he says discredited. There is a grown man with a gushing head wound, not gushing, a massive head wound. His eyes are swollen. There's cuts and blood. That is insane. He is covered in snow. There are people trying to make the breath go through his body. There is no way that another grown man who has worked in law enforcement for at least 2 freaking seconds could walk up and be like, oh, wow, this must have just happened to him by himself. Jill says, bless you and thank you for what you do. Well, thank you. Thanks for being here. Nice to meet you, Jill. There's no way that that anyone would be like, oh yeah, this is super normal, and this is definitely just he must have just slipped and fell and hit his head on the frozen ground. His body became swollen. Now he's hypothermic, and nothing is working. His life is not on. Someone flipped the switch. What this is foul play. This is bad. Like, someone did this to him. And that sentiment should have been continuously passed on to everyone who was part of this really awful, unorganized game of telephone. It's honestly, it's like disrespect. It's disrespectful to the job. It's disrespectful to the job. I think that this is just a super normal situation, and nothing, and no one did anything to him. He did all of this to himself. He slipped and fell, and his body is swollen, and he's covered in an inch of snow. What? I would very much rather them to approach a scene as if there was foul play, and there wasn't. I would rather them cover all of the bases and it not be that than cover no bases and it is that. I think, and again, it goes back to the lazy mentality. Everyone is so lazy, and it is just continuously approved by everyone. Everyone is high-fiving and handshaking over not doing your job, over being just really bad and lazy and annoyed at doing your job. Exactly. Did you guys see Chris Brown just like get arrested when he landed in Manchester like yesterday? He like got off his private plane, and the cops were just like, okay, can you come with us? And I was so confused. I was like, what happened? Like, why was he just randomly arrested in the UK? I guess he hit like a music producer with like a bottle like a couple years ago. So that was really cool. No, I mean, not for the guy who was hit by the bottle, but I mean, can we get Chris Brown locked up, please and thank you?
Since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night? Just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn. Who was here? Might be a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where. I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
What time?
Exactly.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived.
Okay.
At Fort Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
And you were standing in the house, Sergeant Blank, who you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss?
I don't recall.
Even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
That's correct. It was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
Well, so fast moving that you couldn't have someone drive a mile and a half back to the station to get proper evidentiary equipment. So fast moving. So fast moving.
You were spitballing. You also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't.
I love that he said spitballing, because Alan Jackson is not going to let him live it down. Like, exactly. That's your entire career. You've just been spitballing. You've just been throwing stuff out. Just throwing noodles at the wall, seeing what sticks. Not actually doing any work. Love that.
Formally searched the house, correct?
Absolutely correct.
We just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant and it's denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed. and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police.
How do we know that the glass came from a bar? This is something that it just does not sit well with me. It's the same vein of how do you know what happened? How do you know the camera wouldn't pick up anything? Because you need to know what happened to know what the camera would pick up and not pick up, and you don't know what happened. And how do we know the glass came from a bar? At this point in time, you don't even know who is all involved in, but somehow you know the glass came from a bar. It is just simply a cocktail glass. It's a rocks glass. I have rocks glasses. So if so I could just pin something at a bar because I could just there's rocks glass. Oh, it happened at the bar, not in my house. Not saying that that's what happened, but what do you mean? All rocks glasses only exist in bars. They only exist in bars. So you're taking what, one person's word? Because who said that? Karen Reed, Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Who said that? Who said that? That all rocks glasses come from? It very easily could have come from the house that is just full of alcohol. They were all drinking. They were drinking all night. The kids were drinking all night in that house. And then the adults showed up to do more drinking in that house. So there's not a rocks glass in there? I don't understand. They couldn't rule out that it didn't come from the house because they didn't search the house for matching rocks glasses. People steal rock glasses. Yes, I guess so. I've never liked a glass so much from a place that I just took it or like not finished the drink. I don't understand. I don't understand. But this is a completely different world. This world of Canton is just so strange to me. It feels like the Twilight Zone. Nothing makes sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. An overflow of drinks. Also, how are these old people drinking so hard? Because I'm mid-30s and sis could never. No. Mm-mm. Drinking all night. And the best part about it, and I don't think it's been brought up in this trial yet, is that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were traveling earlier in the day on the 29th. They went to New York City for a funeral of an NYPD police officer, and they drove back, and then they met, like, Brian Higgins, like, switched out his car, and then they met people out to start drinking, like, immediately. I just don't.
Police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my right to, my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you.
Shouldn't you just do all those things anyway, even if you're not aiming for a search warrant? Shouldn't you just do all of those integral parts of policing just in general? And that way, if you do need to get a search warrant, you already got it. You already got all this stuff. Well, sir, your career is actively over because you retired after the first trial. Probably due to the red Solo cups. I'll give him a little leeway on the leaf blower, but definitely those red Solo cups and the Stop and Shop bag did not do him any favors in his career. And he does, I mean, yes, he looks like he's around retirement age, but first, I mean, it seemed like everything was pretty cushy for him. I don't know. It all just, there's this weird, like, vibe, like the vibes just seem off for some of this testimony, for a lot of these witnesses. It just feels like there's something just like everyone's not saying one thing, and it's all like the same thing.
Yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to
Well,
have the
don't
right
mislead in an
to search
affidavit.
Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be.
That's fine. If he didn't feel like there was enough to get a search warrant, fine. You were already in the house. Ask, can I take a look around? You're already in the house. You're already in the house. Can I take a look around?
You're heavily invested.
I am so invested in this. It's crazy. You're standing in the house.
Listen to the tone that you get into.
You're standing in the house. Do you mind if I look around? The homeowner is a police officer. He knows what happens if you say yes, and he knows what it will look like if you say no. No, get a search warrant. Okay, fine. That's a perfectly fine answer. And it should not be taken as, why do we need a search warrant to look around your house if nothing happened in the house? But that's what it looks like. But that's the answer that I would give everyone else to say if the police knocked on your door and said, can we take a look around? You say, no, get a search warrant. But you're already in the house and you're friends. And they are all going to take the stand and say, nothing happened. He never came inside. Okay, great. Do you mind if I just take a quick look around?
That might be a reasonable assumption. Yes or no?
No.
You got a guy outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption.
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he.
Because you didn't.
Exactly. You never saw him, so you don't even know where he was on the ground. You don't even know what he looked like. You never saw him. You saw no picture of him. You did not see how wounded he actually was.
have his shoes.
To find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's so annoyed. Look at how annoyed he is. He's so
The
pissed.
fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
I would have, correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is
You
you
even
never
asked.
searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
Also, the fact is, no one still has yet to see a dog or hear a dog or mention a dog. Everyone asked on the stand, where's the dog? Didn't see a dog. No dog.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Where's the damn dog?
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the
Okay.
glass in right now, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
Exhibit 58.
All right, Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
You next.
I wonder how Brennan feels after Lieutenant Gallagher. I wonder how he feels. Because that sucks. That sucks, though. The whole you collecting evidence so poorly sucks to have to tell the jury. It sucks. It's not easy. It's not going to go over well. It may go over better than it does on the internet to the jury, but to me, it did not go over well. Now, still having the pressure, we're on day 10, still having the pressure, and Proctor still has not entered the chat, still having the pressure of, is former Trooper Proctor even going to testify, is even going to be called by the Commonwealth, is something that maybe they're testing the waters to see how the jury reacts to these wild things, to see if they even want to call Proctor, but they're going to have a it's going to be very interesting if they don't call Proctor.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Right, let's see who's
I'd like to play
next.
clip 18, please.
Nope, playing a clip.
Thank you.
You're on tape, you're on.
Oh my gosh, they take a massive sidebar. Just at least center the fan on frame. Like, I don't want to see. Oh my gosh, like, what are they doing? Did they just go on break? What is happening? Court's on a break? Went from a sidebar to a break? Okay. Alrighty. Oh, they played it. Oh my god.
Thank you.
Sorry.
The Commonwealth moves into evidence.
You can't see them because they don't want lips being read. And they don't want lips being read. They don't want the jury to know. It is all sidebars are on record, but it's not for the jury's purview. They want the least. Judge Beverly Cannoli wants the least amount of non-question answer testimony to reach the jury. So they don't even have like the legal basis when they object. They simply just object, and basically it's up to Judge Beverly Cannoli to decide the legal basis of the objection when they call for an objection, which I don't like. So, but that is what it is. They even turn like white noise on for the jury so they can't hear anything. Should we go sit down? It's an absolute nightmare to try and even get in. I don't think they let non-family in other than approved media outlets in, or like reporters in. So there might be like an overflow room, but if there's probably like 15 people and it's probably really gross.
Evidence and asked to play clip 18.
Okay. I know.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you. We'll
Comment.
that.
Thank you.
You.
Which is sitting in the cup. Out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you. We'll
Comment.
that.
Thank you.
Yep. Are we calling the next witness?
Witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth
Oh.
moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
Bro, you could have said those words so much faster. The lights came back on and everything.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
So in order, it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
Can I see the exhibit?
No, get it together.
Thank you. Okay.
Lally's up. Lally is up. Oh no. 1.5. Oops. Here we go.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh,
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman,
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
meteorologist.
And where did you go to
Oh,
school?
brother. Are you kidding me? A meteorologist? Oh, brother. For what? To tell us again? And of course, Lally's doing some of these like experts. Of course, Lally wants everyone to make sure that they know that it's snowing and it was cold, which we know.
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
And me being annoyed at a meteorologist is not me being annoyed at this meteorologist. Much appreciate, much respect. Do we need it?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice and consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists.
He
And
said, "What do you
helping,
do? What did you do there?" And he said, "Meteorology." He said, "Lally, what I do? I did meteorology there."
develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for.
So what do you do now? Meteorology.
Back past weather data,
I love
both for
him.
clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded, my partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice, especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long,
He
even prior to the incorporation in
started his
2016, how
own
long have you been?
meteorology business with his friend because his friend's a night owl, loves meteorology. He is a meteorologist, not a night owl. That's really cute, Vicky.
Have you been working in that capacity for the building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise
just
snow and
an
ice
owl.
information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on.
No, see, you're not a regular owl because you be snapping me at like 4:30 a.m. sometimes. Like, no, that's you're an early bird. You're an early bird. I was pumping back then. That's fair. But you've always been like up and ready to go. Sorry, let's get back to the trail.
Very
No, we're
local, precise snow and ice guidance.
It's just
It's for
friends
safety. It's for efficiency.
A morning dove,
Environmental
yeah.
concerns of not putting down a lot
Yes.
of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when
Yep.
snowfall
That one
might begin
time.
in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold, to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Yeah.
Now,
People
from a
knew about
scientific
the storm.
perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard, technically,
Oh, golly. I mean, I feel like saying colloquially it was a blizzard is fine. Okay. I get it. I get it. I get it. Everyone calm down. I like this man. This is not a personal attack. I don't think this is necessary. But they are playing the game of he was hit and he fell back and he hit his head so hard on the very, 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 very frozen ground that this is all I had. There's no way a blunt force object could have done the trauma to the back of his head. It was him hitting the frozen ground. I would rather them say it was him hitting the fire hydrant. It was hit. He got hit and he fell backwards and hit the back of his head, hit the fire hydrant on his way down. Or the flagpole, something like that, or a rock. But they're going with frozen ground.
technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing. Either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely, for Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is the first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
I was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from
Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question? Your Honor?
Yes,
I'm okay with Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Okay, hold on. So experts can go over their own notes. I had this at 1.75. I'll put it down to 1.5.
Commonwealth Avenue in Boston, and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question? Your Honor?
Yes,
I'm okay with Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
yes, that's why.
His answer was the notes I took on measurements between Blue Hill and 34 Fairview. Okay, but to be fair, not quite how it's done. Not quite. I think Judge Beverly Cannoni she stood up, she asked him, she was very gentle about it, she was very nice, she had a smile on her face. The objection coming from the defense, not anything harsh, like, whoa, what are you reading? It wasn't, they weren't mad, they weren't upset. I don't think they really have too much concern here. Nothing too extreme is going to be coming out here with this witness. So it was just kind of like a moment of, whoa, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, I guess you could do it that way. That's fine. So I don't think this is a moment of major concern. He is simply going over his notes. Having that communication there is necessary. First asking, do you mind if I refer to my notes for that answer? Sure. Okay. All right, it was this distance, is sort of the proper way, but look, he's a meteorologist. He's not, it's just one of those silly, okay, we don't need to be too tense moments. But there is a little concern in Judge Bev's face. There's a little concern coming from everyone, except for Lally. He had no concern because he said nothing.
That's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And
She doesn't need to be sassy about it, though. The fuck was that?
It's from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question? Your Honor?
Yes,
I'm okay with Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have it at 1.75. He speaks a little slow. We all know
Sure.
Mr. Gilman, can you
Lally speaks a little slow. If it's too fast for you, feel free to, on your device, you could probably put it down to like 0.9 or 0.8. That'll kind of slow it back down a little bit. But I'm just gonna keep it here because we're trying to really catch up. And then if there's a moment that we need to kind of maybe go back and slow it down for like a minute or something.
a series of about 6-page documents? You recognize that?
Yes,
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
You recognize that, sir?
yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part of that data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study.
It's one element, that's right. Again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
I'll see you in the next exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 60.
Exhibit 60,
Your
no
Honor, report from Mr. Mayor,
objection.
what's now been marked as exhibit 60 to the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Day by day, hourly, no
So, Mr. Gilman, starting
weather.
with snow accumulation. During the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little, enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th,
Enough to track a cat. It is so adorable because the only thing I saw were my kitty's little paw prints in snow in my brain. So cute. Enough to track a cat. Phrase installed in my brain.
9th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock, and it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall. Again, that's an inch an hour more. So that by 7 o'clock was another 1.5 inches. By 8 o'clock, another inch 0.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on the radar returns and infrared radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of 1.5 inches an hour of intensity. And that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground. And it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall of 0.5 inch to 0.2 of an inch. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I can take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate 1.5 inches per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m., sir?
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8.
So like 20, 22 inches.
23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22.5 inches, just short of 22. Excuse me, just short of 22.5 inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
So just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think we in my area even got some of it. Not what they got. Not what they got.
That's the look that was about to finish.
Yes, I've seen these, yeah.
And what do you recommend each of those briefings?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending this type of report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much of any snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Our company sent out. My partner Bill Guile actually sent.
For it to have taken that long for Lally to interject, for him to just simply answer the question, this man, again, this is not the witness's fault. This right here was Lally's fault. This man, he loves his meteorology. He could go on forever. And honestly, if you're interested in meteorology, he's super cool. And I'm not even that interested in it. And I think he's super cool and super smart, and he knows exactly. He's great. He's a great expert witness for meteorology. But come on, Lally, stop the man. Come on, respect the jury's time.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. For a second.
I don't know how
data set
often this man
from
may
NOAA, the
even
National
testify.
Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, and it's
In
an
trial?
image of snow depth, or
Court
snow
of
on
law?
ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Can I go, Sean?
Yes.
Almost 2 minutes, the next 3 exhibits. No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
Leslie's like, no objection.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is. And there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular area.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Now below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature that's concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
A wind chill is a calculated figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for, what we're looking at, and specifically if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see, it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured? As far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites, how is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in two ways. Either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than a quarter of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get
Thunder
4
snow.
or 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that's certainly
love
termed
thunder
whiteout. I think it has a
snow.
lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon of the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in the storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just the reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in eighths of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or half a mile. Or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, you may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10 or even 11 mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I can turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now to measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface, so it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use
Probe the
infrared
surface.
radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement will give you road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients. You can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across? Let me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just the day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29, the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period, 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. Again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore, so the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. This is a classic winter nor'easter, and then that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January, here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th, a little moderation in the temperature on the 28th. But for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Lessie? Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor, my request was very brief.
Okay.
Okay, there is a stipulation, is both sides have agreed to something being factual, something being true, and the jury can know that.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career.
Okay, we are going to drop down to 1.5 because unless he does speak a little faster.
Up to this point.
Thank you. Good afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could.
Alessi, stop. You're so sweet. Okay, let me just go back to when he starts. I think this might be legitimately congratulations on your career. You know your shit.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Legit.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Hold on, he's saying Canton, New York. Oh, let's see. No, it's Canton, Massachusetts. It's in Massachusetts. There is a Canton, New York. Is he familiar? Is Alessi familiar with Canton, New York? Stop. Is Alessi familiar with Canton, New York? That's so funny. I went to college near Canton, like 10 miles away. Canton, Mass. Canton, Mass. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Why is he saying Canton, New York? What triggered that in his brain?
Understanding about
I
what
went back
this
a little
case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir.
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes. Relevance. Yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish, excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can enlarge, just, no, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That's very good. Thank you. You see where we are. And Mr. Gilman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting, and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think this could be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase "track a cat."
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a
Yeah,
cat.
that's the smallest amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Right.
Unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't
No.
seem to work very well if you've only
No.
got drifting. With
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through. Okay. I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches. Correct.
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total. Correct.
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so-
or equal to it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right. So you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right. So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.0 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right. Another way to say it. So, in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45. Is it correct? You would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8. You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to
Between
do
1 a.m.
now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right. And under your terminology on direct,
Depending on how big
you
your
would
thumb
use the
is, I guess.
term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, so I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
Would be out of the track
All
and
right,
cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to
Enough to track a cat. Enough to track a
about
cat.
another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now. 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 0.2 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So we have 1.2. And now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 0.2 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m.
and then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 0.3 of an inch up to 2 and another 0.4 of an inch, so a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right.
Alessi is being gentle with his I don't want to say with his questioning, but he's being gentle with his tone. He's not attacking this witness. He is simply saying, we're getting different math. Let's just walk through it. See what we get. We're just going to get different math. And I think it's important for the jury to see Alessi not destroy this witness. Because this is not the witness to destroy. We had a meteorologist over here. You know, he's just a chill dude looking at weather and living his life. No implications to the actual case. So I just I don't know why they did this to this. And this is another reason why when he came out, I was just like, oh, brother. This is another reason why, because what did you expect, Brennan and Lally? What did you expect from this defense team with a meteorologist witness who's going to walk through the snowfall amount? What did you expect? Did you expect the defense to just be like, oh, yep, that was the snowfall amount. The ground's super cold. We're just going to let it be. No, they're going to battle it too. And to think that Alessi may not go over with the jury. It may not go over. It may not work. The jury may sit there and be like, Alessi has no idea what he's talking about. The meteorologist knows exactly what he's talking about because he's been doing this since the dawn of time, which is fine. But also, it could be very much like, dang, it took this guy a couple of questions for this meteorologist's information to sort of fall apart. You know, it's up to the jury. It's up to the jury.
8.6 inches fell.
They got to do math on the stand.
At 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon. So it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight.
Previous to midnight. Yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches, and then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
No one should have to do math on the stand. But unfortunately.
Sir, tell me when you're ready.
Yes. Yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time in visibility. Right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time. How would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. And we were asked about 1 a.m. Is that
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles as good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog.
Still going to be
dense
the
fog.
snow there.
So
You'll be able
anything
to see
below
the
that,
thing.
when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles.
Yes, there is.
And again, if I could explain further to the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but
Okay.
you are in the weather
We're not
forecasting
flying anything
business,
right
correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, in weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, a weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, but my question is not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, right?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you're asking.
All right, I'll try it a different way. Visibility is a concept that
Is he getting sassy because Alessi is the defense? Or is he getting sassy because Alessi is questioning him on his knowledge? And by sassy, I mean like a little testy, you know?
that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. Do you recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes.
Because Alessi
Does wind chill-
doesn't want the jury to think that he's being mean to him. Because there's no reason for him to be mean to him. There's no reason for him to be like ultra defense attorney to him right now. That's not necessary. He doesn't need it, right? Like, this is not the witness for that. But he's becoming defensive. The witness is becoming slightly defensive by being questioned about his knowledge.
Will have a relationship to temperature, and if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied
based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15, is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yep.
Yep, and what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
that range for that day? Sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder. And we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29?
No,
Would it
I
be
don't
in-
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at
Just
all.
using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0, even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29, and you stated it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And if we could please have the chart published back up, please. You can keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay. So is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman. Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
Mr. Gilman, you wrapped up snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 0.3 of an inch.
And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During like that hour or two previous. Yeah, there's really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace of 0. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or 0.
And so that would be during what you characterize as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as quickly as it applies to visibility, when you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measured?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Leslie?
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Gilman, you are all set, so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do you have any the marked exhibits or identification?
I have relinquished them to this nice young lady.
He is a sweet little guy. Hopefully doesn't feel too defeated with the whole OSC cross-examination nonsense.
Next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Garino.
Okay,
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
thank you.
Oh, really? Oh, what? This will be the last recall of Nick Marino. There's not going to be any more text messages that he needs to read after today. That is interesting.
Again, if you need to stand in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
He must have a physical hurtness.
Next,
She,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Judge Canoni really reiterates, like, if you need to stand, it is absolutely okay. You can stand. So he's got to hurt something. God, he's got really black hair. Like that's like pitch black hair.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via cell phone.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please again introduce yourself to the jury? Spell your last name for the record.
I'm Juror Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And your document, you recognize that?
John keeps call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right?
I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Because no matter if someone was contacting John O'Keefe after he was indisposed, they can alter their own phones if that's a thing that they did. If they altered their phones, if they deleted stuff, if they did the things, if they removed stuff, if they threw out SIM cards, if they whatever, if they did all of that, John O'Keefe's phone was still not being handled by anyone, allegedly. So all the information is still there.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One moment. With the court permission, could Mr. Garino read this to the jury?
Oh boy.
Good witness.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, "Can you send me Kerry's number?"
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
In terms of that reading of the document, you're just checking that piece.
What's going on? I need them to speak louder.
Do that again?
Yes.
And do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, Miss. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Carrie's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes. Sorry, it's kind of dated. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
667.
Mr. Bugarino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh my gosh. Something is happening
Thank you, Your Honor.
in the town of Canton.
Mr. Bugarino, did you have an
Where are
opportunity
they?
to obtain
Whatever
phone
town they're in.
calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr.
Get 'em.
O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the
Good.
phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Leslie.
Sorry.
Did you make a PowerPoint? Yes, I did. Is it in chronological order? Yes. Should it probably
mind,
have
sir?
been
Look it
last
up.
trial?
How's-
Yes.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit to include both the PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes, you need the thumb drives.
No. Mark this, please.
68. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Brino take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Who doesn't love a PowerPoint
okay to begin?
presentation, though?
Please.
So these are the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:33:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Brino, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi Hatspan 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the no network that's listed under it. There's two, Hatspan 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did you learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number one is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
Pretty much to the point there, Karen.
At 12:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39.
She has called him. Well, hold on. She left a voicemail on the 8th phone ring. Excuse me, the 8th call. The 8th call. She left a voicemail. So she was driving home and just redial. I wish we could know if this was a phone call from, like, if her phone was on Bluetooth in the car, if it was plugged into like CarPlay, or if it was like in her hand. I would love to know that. But she finally left a voicemail on the 8th call. Damn. Right after she reconnected, she made a phone call. The 7th phone call was literally a second after she connected back to the home Wi-Fi. The 8th call, she left a message.
Voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 123708?
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 1241:35?
Hold on. He tried to say it must have been a butt dial, was beeping noises. I don't want to play it again. Should I play it again? I don't need to play it again. But it sounded like maybe like an alarm to get. Do they have an alarm? Like a beep to get in to the house, or to lock the door or unlock the door? And then it sounded like she was walking around. Like it sounded like footsteps. I almost said it sounded like footprints. You can't hear footprints. You can hear footsteps. It sounded like footsteps. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. But I do know is that I don't want Guarino's input as to what is actually happening in a voicemail that you have actually no idea what is happening, because you weren't asked for your input about what's happening during the voicemail other than the extraction, right? Like, oh, what do you think that sound is? I don't need that. Don't do that.
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. And nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. 1 second call, no sound.
Ms. Gilman.
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left.
So what is happening? She is mad, and she needs him to know that she's mad. She's not back in Mansfield. She's in his house. The I'm going home when she's already home at a home. It's not her home. She's at John's house, but she's saying, John, I'm going home. She is requiring interaction. She is requiring John to contact her, to feel the rage that she is feeling so she can yell. She wants to yell at him. She wants to fight with him. She wants to have the attention. She wants him to know that she is pissed off. She is calling. She is calling. She is calling. She thinks he's cheating on her. He's sleeping around with someone else. He's doing the nasty with some whore somewhere. You know, that type of energy. I'm here with your niece, da da da, and you're out fucking some bitch, blah blah. You know, that type of energy. She wants the attention of it. She wants the fight. She wants the battle. She wants to scream and yell and point and probably throw some things, you know, like throw a pillow across the room or something. Like, she wants the dramatics of it. The alcohol on top is not helping, I'm sure. Is just maybe adding to the fury that is inside of her. She didn't want to go to 34 Fairview. She literally just wanted to go home and have a snack. And she wanted to have the snack before she goes home because she wanted some pizza. But that didn't happen. That didn't work out. She wants this energy. She wants the craziness. And that's not me calling her crazy, because I'll call a crazy bitch crazy. She wants the craziness. Is that in itself something that is crazy? Yes. I can never get behind that mindset. That will not be me. If I'm mad at you, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you to answer the phone, so I'm not going to call. You know, like, maybe there's a certain type of mad and angry, but it's a different mindset than me. I can't get behind it, but that's what she's doing. It feels wild if you're not that type of person who also like craves chaos. I crave watching other people's chaos. I don't crave my own chaos. I want calm, neutral, chill, learn how to play Ark, and just, you know, live. But she craves the chaos, and this is her ultimate craving the chaos. Phone call after phone call. It's literally goes to voicemail, hang up, redial, goes to voicemail, hang up, redial, goes to voicemail, hang up, redial, goes to voicemail. John, I fucking hate you. That type of stuff. I just can't. I can't do it. But she can. She did. She was. And I don't know how the jury is going to feel. Don't know how the jury is going to feel. Are they going to do well, she's very drunk. She's just very, very drunk. Or are they going to go, wow, she's a wild one. She done did it. Type, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to read. But that's a lot of phone calls. That is a large requirement for attention. And I don't have that type of stamina.
With voice.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. She's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered.
Sorry, we have to talk about that one. She is like, it seemed as if she almost calmed down a little bit. Mind you, we are at 1.5, so that can kind of spice things up, like feeling wise when someone's talking. She seems like she almost maybe calmed down a little bit after like 20-30 minutes of back-to-back phone calls. And she found some good words. This is what you're doing. This is where I am. You suck. Like, you straight suck, dude. You're terrible. Like, how dare you? These are not my kids. I am here with them, and you're out sleeping with another whore. Crazy. You know, like that type of energy. He wasn't. It extremely tragic and sad. But I think these phone calls make it like did he go in the house? Because where did he go? Because she went there with him. He got out of the car and she went back to his house because he just disappeared. Where did he go? But also that leads the jury to the question of like, well, she must have hit him. I don't know. Oh, it's just so hard to read a room when you're not in the room.
At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:54 a.m.
Again, sorry, I don't want to keep pausing, but again, we don't hear her having all these thoughts, like in the interviews and the conversations. We don't hear her having these thoughts of, oh my God, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Like, did I hit him with the car and like not even notice the big ass car until she woke up after he hasn't been home. So like what didn't happen to me was that she knowingly hit him and like she hit him and then started having, well, he's not answering these couple of phone calls and now I don't know where he is. And so, oh my God, did I hit him? But I'm home and I'm passing out, right? That it didn't even come on. Like it didn't even set on. I don't know if it's the drunkenness. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's the liquor. I don't know if it's the gin. I don't know if it's the juice. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know where the mindset of, oh my God, did I hit him after I woke up and he's not home type of, like what happened to him? Did something happen to him? The only thing that could possibly happen to him is maybe did I hit him with my car? But like, how did I hit him with a car? He got out of the car and I drove away. How did I hit him with a car? She says that he went to the house and she was waiting for him to come out and all that stuff. So I don't know that, and this is a problem. There are so many things right now in day 10, in the middle of day 10, where I'm just like, golly, do we know anything for sure? Like the Commonwealth and the defense can stipulate to all these things, but like all I know is that no one searched the house and everyone knew that the house was not involved, that these people were not involved, and that he, I guess, didn't go in the house. But also, there is one thing I know is that the dog just doesn't exist. There's no dog. I cannot sit here and say that that the Alberts actually even owned a dog named Chloe, because there is not a single moment in any of this testimony where they're like, oh yeah, this dog, and the dog was there.
a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered.
Who I think now, if Chloe actually, if it's the same Chloe and it's actually the same dog, I think it goes now by Cora. I believe the new owners changed the name of the allegedly previously owned dog of the Alberts, who used to go by Chloe. Hi, Ronnie. How are you?
6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Just play the voicemail. Don't tell me this shit about it. Oh, they're in the car. It sounds like they're either in or near a car with the wipers on. There's no voicemail. This isn't 1.5. This is a very long voicemail. And from personal experience, it sounds like Karen's having a what sounds and like emotionally feels like to me a panic attack. It sounds like she is having a panic attack. Where almost all of her words are inhales, where she's like continuously inhaling, like Gary, like everything's an inhale. You know, your breathing is off. It's like everything's an inhale. That's what it's feeling. It is at 1.5. Also very long voicemail left on John O'Keefe's phone, which gives us a little moment of Jen McCabe, before 6:03 a.m., was calling, ringing John O'Keefe, right? But they were butt dials. But no voicemails were left. There were butt dials that ended before the voicemail box clicked over and left a voicemail, right? Because this is what happens when you start a phone call, either knowingly or unknowingly, and let it continue. This is what happens when you let it continue on. It goes to voicemail, and the voicemail keeps going, and it's just going. It's just going until it stops, which usually I think is maybe like 10 minutes max or something like that. But if this voicemail was capable of happening, it means that Jen McCabe's butt dials were all physically ended with the end button somehow before the voicemail picked up and filled up John's voicemail box so that Karen Reed was able to leave all these voicemails calling him out for what she believed to be sleeping with somebody instead of actually coming home, right? So butt dials or not, butt dial initiated phone calls or not, they were still ended some way from Jen McCabe before this earlier in the way earlier in the morning. What are we like? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? We cannot have the conversation of I butt dialed him 17 times, but didn't leave a single voicemail. But this is what happens when you start a phone call and you just do nothing about it. wish we were giving like location data with all this information of Karen Reed's phone. Where was Karen Reed's phone?
We have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the lunch and recess?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we'll take a 45-minute lunch recess.
All right, they're going on lunch, but we are not going on lunch. We're not going on lunch. Wait. What? Oh, are they going through? Oh. What is happening? Where? Hold on. Pause. Hi. Sorry. Just give me a second. I just need to boost Goo and Boogie. It's hard with Law and Crime because they literally go back and talk about previous case. So I don't know when the case actually comes back. Because there's no like cross or anything. Or is there?
All right, Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Okay. Jurors, thank you for your patience.
She's back. And if I did somehow give over
Right,
to you,
Brennan,
feel free to let
Thank
me
you, Your
know.
Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police. Last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or a group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station, after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody, or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We at that time we were under the impression.
Let's do a well-being check at 1 Meadows Ave, but let's not actually look into 34 Fairview. I know, I don't, this is not on him. There are so many other people to blame for that. Not on him, but I think it's very fair. There's children at the home. Everyone knew of John O'Keefe. It was the story of the town. You know, it was like, it almost feels like they were living in like a Hallmark village, you know, where like John O'Keefe was like, oh man, he's this handsome police officer and he took in his niece and nephew. It's almost like a Hallmark story. Everyone knew about John O'Keefe. It was a well-known story. It was big doings. It was important. And so you hear the name, you think about the kids, which I think is good, but also they should have searched 34 Fairview.
The impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Leanne.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Can you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I'd move to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey y'all, if you are hi y'all, if you are new My name's Lily. We're way behind in trial, but we're catching up. We're the Chatty jury. I'm not a lawyer, but we like to talk about trials. So feel free to subscribe. That's great. We're growing. We're new. We're little tiny babies. We're a little tiny baby channel over here. Feel free to subscribe. Okay, get back to it. Thank you.
671.
Did you travel from
Sergeant Wayne Hill,
station to Meadows?
I thought we were watching
Yes.
the
Do you remember about
question.
how long that took you?
a few minutes.
Who was driving?
I disappeared.
Sergeant Wayne Hill driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
No, we're doing it. Ugh. I don't normally sound like this. I am a little sick. That is a good chunk of snow. That is a good chunk of snow. But I don't. I mean, it's not like whiteout conditions or anything. Wow! Did you see that? Was that more dramatic because it's in 1.5? Or was that plow not actually going to stop? See, this dash cam is much better. The windshield wipers are keeping the windshield clean. Unlike Seraph's windshield wipers. Lots of snow in the driveway.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman? I note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that. Yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing two vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please. So does that appear to be a still
Is
photo
that
from the video we
Karen's?
just watched?
Yes.
Is that
And go ahead,
Karen's
Exhibit 11,
SUV?
please.
Oh, come on. No,
When you arrived,
I am not. Nope, I can't allow this. I can't allow this. I cannot allow you to do this. I can't allow you to do this because the quality of this is literal trash. A literal trash. Can we see that there is a thing? Yes, we could see the thing. But I'm seeing a good chunk of like a red line here, right? I'm seeing like a red line here, and I don't. I guess this over here is supposed to be red, but maybe this is missing. This is missing, but I'm seeing a red line here. I don't know. I can't sit here and say that there is an entire piece, like an entire well of the taillight missing. I can see some things missing. I can see some things missing. That I can.
prior to the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up?
Not symmetrical. Yes, I can see things missing. It is not symmetrical. But the quality, I mean, I swear, is Canton living in the freaking 70s? Like, what are we doing here? No body cams. Come on.
Close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we were at Meadows, we went up to the
walked up to one of the front doors
Canton is
and
La La
rang the
Land.
doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through, plain view. We were just trying to see if we could raise anybody and see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
Because they're at the hospital because
I'm going to ask to
humans,
show
family, grandma,
159. It's
grandpa,
a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
friends, you know. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. It's crazy to not have. I mean, the Ring camera is better than the dash cam, but you can't see that side of the car. It's also crazy to not have body cams. This did not happen like 15 years ago. 2022, no body cams. No body cams. And I think they still don't have body cams. I could definitely be wrong about that last bit. Because they should have them by now. After this.
At this time, I'd move to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
This cop who is the current witness is like, I'm on the stand again in front of these crazy people because I did the right thing. I went making sure these kids were okay. And I think it's really important to make sure, like, yes. He's like, we need to do a wellness check. Let's go do a wellness check on these kids. Make sure these kids are okay. I appreciate that. I have to, you gotta show give them props where props are due. Making sure, trying to find where these kids are is very important. Very important.
Thank you.
Because
The first
they
video
were all
Well, the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame, and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
Are there any questions, Ms. Gina?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set until.
well done. There's no cross-examination needed for that.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Or my next witness would be Kevin O'Hara.
Kevin O'Hara.
All
right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
Oh,
23 years.
is this hello, hi, hi, is this our first state police officer? Is this our first statey? I think this might be our first statey. I think it might be our first statey.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special
fast.
education or training before you
Fast.
became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until, became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly training.
I remembered him. Oh, brother. All right.
At
Let's
least twice a
listen.
month where
I'm
our
gonna-
team will come together and train.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it down to 1.25, and I gotta go do a quick thing, but I'm gonna be
We've
listening.
been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches. We will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control and security at large-scale events, such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know in the department or a local police department asking, give me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up to a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say and may even go hire him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles at the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022 there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team?
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full, total members. We have currently 5 full-time members, so we increased on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time. depending on how long, it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Signed cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator, a GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond, so we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they would do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. And Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, you don't say there was 2 front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he'd say that the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we were going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the streets. They're not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We want to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used a shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see?
God, they love the word berm, don't they? They just love the word berm. Bro, just say curb. They did not use a leaf blower, though. I know. I don't know why.
Any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 or 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance from maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up
road.
Parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been
Very
pushed by the
wide
plow,
road.
did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started. All 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search, maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. If I had been more of an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, for our internal records. That primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
So when you were done with your evidence collecting, did you write a report?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
which is away from the
During the
driveway.
process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the search team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
Let me stop you there. It was a piece of plastic. Did you immediately know that you picked up a piece of you picked this up and you're like, taillight? This is taillight. Or was it, I found a piece of plastic? Let's go easy.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. If you're new, we're catching up. We're behind. I have a day job, but we're going to be catching up on this trial. If you want to subscribe, that's awesome. Feel free to do so. I'm a new baby channel. I'm not a lawyer.
Sir, I'm
We
showing
talk
you two
about this
photographs
trial.
to recognize what is in them.
We talk about the trial. We talk about true crime from a non-lawyer standpoint, hence the Chatty Juror. So feel free to subscribe if you're interested. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'd love if
Yes,
you'd
sir.
like the video too. That'd be amazing.
It
You
is a
don't have
piece
to.
of
There's no pressure.
Clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph,
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
a close-up.
Yes, sir.
I move to introduce these two photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
Is it just me, or is anyone else uncomfortable with it being, I found a piece of taillight? I don't think it's your job to like know what it is. You just found a piece of evidence, and let other people figure out that it is taillight. I can't think of anything right now, but I'm sure there's other things that are similar in like look and texture than a taillight. Plastic. I don't know.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yes.
No. No.
We see exhibit number 129, please.
We'll find it. We'll get it.
Doesn't have it.
You ain't got it?
All right, I'll move on at this point.
Never mind.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
We weren't ready. We're not ready for it.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation, and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker. Yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb, and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, on and inside. And what, right or left? Brand, color?
Sir, I'm showing you three photographs. Do you recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph, please.
Right or left
Again, just a
sneaker?
close-up, different angle. Photo of the
size?
sneaker we located.
Thank you. Sir, I remove these three photos into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so Madam Court Reporter 74A, please.
With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get more of a close-up, Ms. Gill? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
Did she say
That's
no?
the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Did he say it was upside down? And that there was snow on and inside? I think he did. It's on the side. Interesting.
Not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Six or 7 pieces that night. Okay. And the shoe.
Thank you.
You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photograph 1 and 2 is close up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, move through these 2 photographs, evidence.
I'm just skedaddling through.
Or study the depth
dead
of those
air.
items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something, and then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
Touching the asphalt, meaning touching the
And you said
road.
there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of
Not the
taillight?
grass.
Yes, that was another.
Yard.
That photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these 2 into evidence, 1 photograph and a second is a closer up view.
No objection.
Okay.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we'd searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen,
The ground was frozen?
sir.
Ground was frozen.
And so not being
So that's interesting. So this is, it's giving me a little more information than the last trial, and I try not to do too much of a comparison, but so they spent this first sort of section of looking for evidence, or very specifically taillight pieces, that they were very, very quick to name. Taillight piece, searching the road, not in necessarily the grass area, because it was hard to discern with the grass. That road had been traveled by multiple cars, had been traveled at least, I believe, I might be incorrect, but at least twice by a plow. Could things be shifted and traveled through existence and different areas due to a plow? I don't know. I think that's something to be considerate of. Maybe not put too much weight onto it, but he said that there was a good chunk of area on each side of the road that was not touched by, in his opinion, touched at all by a plow. So I don't know. Very
able
interesting.
to search the
Not much of the
entire
grass.
yard? Was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. And at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
You said they were doubling by 5:24.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
Just
We did
move
not, sir, no.
on.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So the CERT team never went back. They were never requested to go back. But of course, this was not the last search of the property that happened.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge?
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it that could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched?
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond instead of wasting other people's time calling us. If I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel so when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling the driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet. I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that?
It's literally the absolute worst. If you are shoveling, snow blowing, plowing your driveway, and then you're getting like 18 inches of snow, and a plow just comes and destroys the bottom of your driveway, it is so defeating. If you do not live in an area where there is a crap ton of snow like all winter long, it is so freaking defeating. It's the absolute worst. You just give up. You just have to give up. You have to give up.
That first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV.
The worst.
He did not say
absolute
that, sir.
worst.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call was at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes. My GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it.
And then when you were done with everything, did you write a report? And then when you were done with everything, did you write a report? Just a silly little question. Did you write a report about your hour on the scene and all the taillight pieces in the shoe? Did you write a report?
Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake.
Come on, Jackson.
When you first arrived, you were waiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of that street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you got actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes,
north?
correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood.
So
the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you?
Yes, it was.
And it was dark out, obviously?
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark?
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As
we were
a matter of fact,
driving,
your focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the third member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end.
I see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line.
Oh,
Right in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right. And so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to.
A lot of people believe the incident involved a vehicle because allegedly she said, I hit him to like everybody, but no one did anything about it at the time. So obviously referring to the car, I don't.
Not only
I'm just trying to get
layers
this guy.
of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so
There's
the
just so
snowbank
many
was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I mean, those photos are not the
I want to
worst.
ask you a couple of questions
They're
about
not
the
great,
techniques
but
for
not
conducting a search like this
worst.
in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir. Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously, that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that you were, if there were any items out there to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, and not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is
it's a lot of snow.
5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was.
We had the meteorologist, and it is a lot of snow. It may not be 22, 23 inches, but just 15 inches alone is a lot of snow. 15 to 18 inches, a lot of snow. That's a lot of snow. That's a crazy amount of snow to deal with, to drive in, to exist in. That's a lot of snow. Even if you are from a place where you're used to the snow, that's a good chunk of snow.
Item was discovered was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for. Make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct.
For lighting.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members included, or they numbered, at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe it was 5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe the second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were, obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun, and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started their search?
No, they weren't on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
Oops, sorry. I think that's a fair. That was
I may have
big-
just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you know that they were either from, I think you said 2
That's
from Massachusetts
crazy.
State Police and 2 from
That's
Canton Police, correct?
crazy.
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, probably three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around, and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search,
Who showed
that's
up in
when
plain
what your
clothes?
focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as almost an entity, a single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a taillight, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit, your focus is in front of you.
And this guy, this witness, O'Hara, his job is to find things. This whole team's job is to find things, to go look for people and things and collect evidence. This situation, the blizzard of it all, is a new one for that team. They have not done an evidentiary search within 18 inches of snow while it is still actively snowing and windy and cold and super annoying. But their job is to find things. And so they brought the things that they thought would best suit the scenario. They probably had a little bit of a conversation about it. We're dealing with snow. Bring the things you think you'll need. And they worked as a team. And they did the thing. But also, just in general, these folks, especially O'Hara, who's sitting on the stand right now, has been trained for a while to be observant. To be observant of what is happening around him, in front of him, near him, side by side, and also trusting the people who are standing near him, who are working with him as well. So I think the trained observance level is important, is an important takeaway. So when he says they were not on scene, I'm going, all right, they weren't there. They showed up when they were already getting searchy, you know? And who showed up in plain clothes? Who is there in plain clothes? I want to know who it is. That was the cat. She's invested. That's so funny. I want to know who it is. I want to know who's in plain
You're obviously
clothes.
working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very.
And I like Alan Jackson, but I think he might be trying a little too hard in this cross-examination to, I don't know, do something that I'm not quite understanding here. I think quite simply having the conversation and this man, O'Hara, is not someone you're going to get caught. It's going to get caught up in something. This man knows his details. Did he write a report? Did the CERT team write a report? No, but this man knows his details about what happened that night and those 55, 60 minutes that they were out on the scene, digging through the snow in a blizzard, looking for what they were told to look for, which is taillight, and also found a shoe. He knows his details. He's not going to get caught up at anything. He's going to throw it back in Jackson's face if he makes a mistake about something that is already a fact and evidence. So I don't know. I don't know if what Jackson's trying to do, but it's not coming off as smooth and as suave as a good portion of his other cross examinations. I don't know what he wants out of this. I don't know. I don't know what he needs out of this, and we're gonna keep going. But it's feeling pretty clunky right now. I don't know if he's tired. I don't know if he's not feeling well. I don't know if maybe someone else was supposed to do this cross examination, something, but it's coming off as a little
Very
clunky to me.
technically as you move forward and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward and as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34th Airview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front
the
steps,
witness.
front porch area, possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is,
I do not, sir, no.
but he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged,
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sure, it was quite difficult to see.
You testified that you recovered. Having a hard time speaking. It's been a long day. I apologize. We'll try that again. You testified that you recovered.
No, you can have
a
a
piece-
you can have a smile. Let it linger. Let it linger. Oh, that was a great smile. I don't know if he was laughing at Alan Jackson or laughing with Alan Jackson, but
Testified that you recovered. Having a hard time speaking. It's been a long day. I apologize. We'll try that again. You
Aw.
testified that you recovered
I like having those little
a piece of.
I like having those little moments of I'm just a human. I'm just a human and I got stuck in a loop real fast. Happens all the time. Human recognize human and then back just turn face.
Plastic first before you recover the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart. Some several inches to others, maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or maybe 2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Are we going to be pulling out the geomarked document of where all these pieces were
Okay.
found?
I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. The specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you
Breathe.
described
Reset.
where everything was with relative? May 5th, is that a fact at the grand jury? Relative to each other, do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
No, excellent memory. You've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay, so if it's maybe within a foot, this is 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Wait, that smirk is testifying. That smirk is testifying, and I hope the jury can see that side of his face. That smirk is testifying like, that's what I said, man. I said that. You know what? You got one, Jackson. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. Yeah. Yeah. I may have been incorrect. I may be incorrect now, but damn, you got one, Jackson. You got one. Because he is not letting Jackson slide on anything. He is not letting him slide on anything. All details. This man remembers he does not have a document in front of him. The CERT team did not write a report. He did not write a report. Does this man have photographic memory? That's crazy. He said, "Yep, you got me, dude. You're right." The
As you
smirk
found
was
items of
testifying.
evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yeah, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a jump full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not what a piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir. Ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence. And all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detective, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. That's okay. That's not. I don't know why he had to do it again. I don't know why he had to do it again. He didn't have to do it again. He didn't have to do this like bidding gotcha moment again. They already had the laugh. They already had the giggle. They already had the smiles. It already happened. You didn't have to do that again, Jackson. You didn't have to do it again. But he did it again.
Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I said, stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we'd already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
Because it was cold and snowy.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
Nope, but he made.
Did you become aware that
he made himself available to
over the
me?
next days and weeks and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or not?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces
If
were
there even
recovered.
is one.
I do not know.
And when were you done? Did you write a report about what you did that night?
When Lieutenant
in your
Tully
team?
and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you
That's
about
fair.
the conversation that
Hearsay.
you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief, and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if he used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
Yeah, just moving on.
Okay.
He got it in by using his past testimony, which I thought
Do you
that
remember
was
exactly
interesting.
what you indicated, Lieutenant Tully's
It was a great little workaround the hearsay of "Tell me what Lieutenant Tully told you."
words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Will refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember. Man,
I think Alan Jackson is actually
highlighted portion.
legitimately impressed by this man's memory. I think he is like legitimately impressed.
I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Yeah, refresh your recollection if that was the word that he used, or at least you remember him using that.
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know if we needed it. I don't know if we needed it. But we got it. I don't know if that was necessary. I don't know if that's going to sway a juror. I don't know if that's going to pull a juror from one side to the other in this very moment during this trial. It was a long moment.
Lieutenant, there was
He's like,
one
"What'd
other
you guys say?"
thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area,
So that
how
would-
large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, the first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later, after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50, possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, right?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canada, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Okay, read.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point. The media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Yeah.
Did you know what the
Of course it is,
Canton police
Brennan.
officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different.
Well, when the CERT team's there, that would be a really bad time. There's like 15 people here. That'd be a terrible time to toss something on the grid. The hell?
A different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
They
You were asked
protected their
about
grid. Their
best
grid was
practices
safe.
in memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
Slow down a minute.
You mentioned best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practice?
Aren't like all modern photographs like metadataed, time and date stamped? Like if you have a camera that's not your phone, it is saving on an SD card, won't it have metadata of like the time when you set the camera up in the things? And isn't it like police's job to make sure the camera time and date is proper, and like all phone metadata, if you're taking it on your phone, there'll be metadata of it?
Best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
What do you mean
Now,
time and date
before
stamp for
you
photo?
defined the grid, and before you began that search, you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I do.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
I'm sorry.
I do
We
know
have
this.
to
I do know him, sir.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor
I did know. I do know him, sir. Ooh, I did know him. I do know him. Did you end your knowing relationship, friendship, what have you, because of what happened to him? Proctor is no longer a trooper. Correct. Proctor, no longer a trooper. He is just simply Michael Proctor.
Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base that on 10 different categories, give them a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence. Asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found, or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please.
Okay, fine.
Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, sir. I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier
It's like
to
a
see
scene from The Last
these
of Us. What are
pieces
we
that
looking-
night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please?
No, can we get a close up of the other one?
In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
on a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get close to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
I'm looking.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned
last
it
one
to
was
start
terrible.
beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please?
Okay.
Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of the imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level,
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just so to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if
We
you
wanted to
didn't
get the
finish
street clear.
there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what he literally just said.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Don't play that game.
Anything
Don't
else,
play that
Jackson?
game.
Yes, briefly.
Sure was
So
it
the
98?
search went approximately 60 feet.
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or anyplace else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that
The aggressive
Trooper
marking
Proctor
of
and
the
Trooper
paper
Bublick,
is
you
insane.
know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., Did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Here we approach.
Okay. One up, please.
Sorry, just making some notes. They are definitely done for the day. Let's see. Ba-da-dum-bum-ba-da-ba. Should we start day 11? At least. What day is this? 13, 12, 11. Not the P. Diddy banner. I know, right? I know. Law and crime, yeah. Let me just take a quick little look here. Who? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Connor Keefe. And then I'm just taking a look at who is up next. All right, let's at least do the first witness for day 11, shall we?
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
Sure, my name is Connor Keefe. The last name is Keefe.
Mr. Keefe, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your position with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Are you a trooper?
Yes,
When did you first start beginning working as a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
2017.
Did you go to basic training?
Yes, the academy.
How long was the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
Did you have any further training after the academy?
On the job training?
Yes.
Yes, in various specialties.
What's your role at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I am assigned to the homicide unit where we investigate homicides, unattended deaths, suicides, stuff like that. And I'm also a digital forensic examiner at the District Attorney's Office.
Did you have a role in investigating
One
this
I was
case?
a little too
Yes.
fast.
Were you a assigned investigator in this case?
I wasn't the main investigator, but I was involved, yes.
Did you deal with any of the digital forensic evidence?
Yes,
Specifically, regarding the digital forensic evidence, did you meet anybody to obtain a phone?
yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts.
When you met with them, did you have to obtain anything from them?
I obtained a consent form and their cellular device.
After you received their devices, where did you bring them?
They were brought back to the forensics lab located at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And what, if anything, did you do with either or both phones?
I conducted a forensic extraction on those devices.
An extraction, is that copying an image of the phone?
Yes,
Is that different than analyzing the phone?
yes,
Were you involved in analyzing Kerry Roberts' phone?
no,
Were you involved in analyzing Jennifer McCabe's phone?
no.
Was your role limited to attaching it to Gray Key and doing the extraction?
That is correct.
And did you do that?
Yes,
In addition to the phone extractions, if you take us back to January 29, 2022, were you involved in going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts?
yes.
Do you know about what time you went there?
Approximately 5:30.
What was your role at 34 Fairview Road that evening?
I was asked by my supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully, to assist in processing the scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, was there anybody else there?
Yes,
Who was there?
Lieutenant Tully, members of the Massachusetts State Police CERT team, the Special Emergency Response Team.
Are you
Okay,
part of the
5:30
CERT team?
I
p.m.
am not.
Did you see what the CERT team was doing?
They were conducting an area search
very front of the lawn and the street or road in front of 34 Fairview.
Did you have any role in that actual searching of evidence?
No, I did not.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
When you say process the evidence, can you explain briefly, what does that mean?
Sure, I was had evidence bags, and if a piece of evidence or an item was found, I would place that item
You had evidence bags and not just Stop and Shop paper bags? How bougie of you. How bougie of you, state police.
into the evidence bag
And why would you do that?
to secure it.
How would you become aware if there was a piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert the supervisor, Lieutenant Tully, or myself that there was an item or a piece of evidence, and Lieutenant Tully would then take a photograph of it, and then I would secure the piece of evidence in a evidence bag.
Do you know if those photographs were timestamped?
I believe so.
Your role was to put the evidence in the bag and return it to the evidence room?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes.
If I could begin, I'd like to show you on the screen a series of exhibits. If we could start with exhibit 74, please.
Oh, boy.
Trooper, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a black Nike shoe.
Did you see that item that night?
Yes.
That's so fair.
74A, please.
That's so fair.
74B. Thank you. Is that the same sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Nike.
After you were alerted to that sneaker, did you place that sneaker into an evidence bag?
Yes.
I'm gonna move.
Did you bring that item with you today?
Yes.
Do you have gloves?
Here.
Yes, sir.
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Please, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, you can take the photo down, please. With the court's permission, I'm going to move this piece of evidence, item into evidence.
He's like, whoa, wait, do I open it now? You should say, can you please remove the...
Let me ask you a few
Show me the
questions
bag.
before you open it. Could you stand and show that bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
He doesn't know what to do, right? Like, he was not informed. Like, this is what, yeah, I'm just going to ask you to show the bag and then, and then we'll open it. He's like, what do I do? Brennan, tell me what do you want me to do? Because I'll open this bad boy up right now. And oh my goodness, look at this evidence bag. Let's just take a quick second to talk about the difference of the outside of a freaking paper evidence bag versus a paper Stop and Shop grocery bag. Because golly, it is freaking annoying. So, evidence right there, big bold print, evidence right there, not in light blue ink, Stop and Shop, evidence. And then it has all of these lines. What are they for? Marking, notations, stickers, scanning. What is it? Where did you find it? What time did you find it? Who are you? Did you do this? What did you do? All of the things. Here's information about this piece of evidence for a crime. For a crime. And more places to put information. What is this? What is this? This is red tape. This is red evidence tape that is used to close completely evidence within many situations. Paper bags, plastic bags, boxes, vials, plastic bottles, sealed. And so, and then the cherry on top, it is usually, it's probably on the other side, signed over the tape and onto the back. So if it is opened, if the tape is cut, if it is ripped off, it is noticeable, like a freaking rubber stamp seal, you know, where you melt the seal with the wax seal. Oh, brother. But yeah, you could not tell the difference between this and a Stop and Shop paper bag. And I really hope that the jury is having this moment of like, wow, you can tell the difference, right? Because they didn't really get too many, too good of a visual. They had a small bag that they could see. This is a big bag. This is a grocery shopping bag size, the exact replica, the exact same thing.
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
And what is that? Is that a left or a right shoe? Is that a left or a right?
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag,
Looks like a
I'd ask this
left.
to be marked as an exhibit.
Right, any objections, Dean?
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who's collecting it.
The time that you write in the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times. Then when you seal the bag, that can be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
Well, you can't find the item after it's already in the bag. Can we listen to that question one more time?
Different time.
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times. Then when you seal the bag, that can be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please. And preferably 75A, please.
Is that, I think
Do you
that's
recognize
the,
that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
it was the
Yes.
left.
And if we could turn to 76A, please.
But they did not.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What?
Is that an item that
shoe
you
it
bagged
is.
that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you produce those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you. 570.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to open the bag and show the jury. Sir, on those items that are stickers, did you put the stickers on them?
I did not.
Do you know where the stickers come from?
I do not.
Do you know if these items are ever sent?
Bro, you don't know where the sticker. You know, they came from the lab who was doing the put together of the pieces.
To anybody other than your evidence locker, are they ever removed and given to lab personnel and technicians?
Yes.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes, I do.
Inside that bag, is there just two pieces or is there another piece in that bag?
There's another piece in the bag.
When you put the taillight pieces in that bag, how many pieces did you put in the bag?
I put 2.
Do you know if the other piece in the bag is a piece that broke off? Do you know how that arrived there?
I do not.
Could you just pull out that other small piece and show the jury as well?
He's like, no, I only have 2 hands. So there was a moment in last trial where it was like, and here's the 2 pieces, and then it's like, just wait, there's a third one. Oopsies. there's 3 pieces. It's just a little guy in here. And they're like, okay, did you put that in there, or how did that get there? And they're like, I don't know. And so it's still in that bag. This evidence has not dispersed into a million little pieces or thrown away or anything. So it could be a piece that broke off. Maybe they clanged together somehow, and there's a random third piece. The random third piece. It is super duper tiny. It's like a chip almost.
Is that smaller piece consistent with the same color as the 2 bigger pieces?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the same material?
Yes.
If you could put that back in the bag, please. I'd move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to have a little sidebar conversation. Oops.
Sir, on the small chip piece, you don't know how it became chipped?
I do not.
I'd ask you to remove that chip. I'd like you to safely secure it, bring it with you, and bag it when you leave.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to introduce that exhibit.
678.
So we're
Are
going
we-
to mark the little chip.
You
Ms.
would like to
Giannetti
mark it?
asked to
Okay.
mark that. Yes.
Then we're going to submit that for identification. So the small chip that I
Madam
asked you to
Clerk.
secure.
Madam Court Reporter has an envelope for that.
Thank you very much.
What?
678.
Thank you.
Okay. So they are removing the little chip, the mystery third piece that we also saw in the first trial. They're removing the little chip, and they are turning this into its new piece of evidence, into a new exhibit, a separate exhibit from the 2 pieces, because the 2 pieces in the bag can't also be 3 pieces in the bag. Okay. And Madam Court Reporter has an envelope. Hopefully it's not from Stop and Shop.
Exhibit BB for identification.
Thank you. Trooper, we have one more bag of items to go through.
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 73, please? Sir, if you could look at Exhibit 73 on the screen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
A piece of clear plastic.
Is that piece of clear plastic, when you saw it, was it at ground level?
Yes,
Did you bag that item?
I did.
When you bagged that item, was there another item along with it in the same bag?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why did we do so many pieces in a bag?
Yes.
What's in it?
The piece of clear plastic.
Is that the second piece in the bag, separate from the last exhibit?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you saw it that morning?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
There's no objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There's no objection.
Yes.
You
He's
recognize
so
that item, sir?
Yes.
And did you bring
He's
those
so
two
excited to
items
show
with you
them
past
the
this exhibit?
Yes.
Could you produce those, please?
Dudes using sharp scissors.
Are these different in color than the last pieces you showed?
Yes.
With the court's permission, could the trooper show these pieces?
Yes.
And there are some
Thank you, trooper. I'd move these items into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right.
Exhibit 80.
Thank you. All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Please, Your Honor.
I love this slip.
Good morning,
It's
sir.
it's very pageant. It's very much like very royal, very regal. Can everyone see? Can everyone see? Can everyone see it? He's like, look, I didn't do bad. I'm not Proctor. Look at these things. I do good things.
Trooper Keefe, you testified that you received the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe and of Terry Roberts.
Correct.
With regard to the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe in particular, you had her sign what is called a consent form, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
What is a consent form?
It allows the trooper or law enforcement to, with the owner's consent, we are able to conduct an extraction of the device.
Okay. And on that consent form, there is a description of the item itself.
Yes.
In this case, it would have been an iPhone 11.
Yes.
And there also is an identifier with regard to a specific phone called the IMEI number.
The International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
Okay. And that would be included on
He's
the
like,
form
I got
as
you,
well, because
Yannetti.
it identifies the specific iPhone 11 that Jennifer McCabe had, correct?
Correct.
The password was provided on that consent form,
Yes.
and the form was signed, correct?
Yes.
By both Jennifer McCabe and by you, correct?
Yes.
And there was also a second trooper that would have signed the form as well.
That's correct.
With regard to the timing of the signing of that form, Jennifer McCabe dated it February 2nd of 2022.
Yes.
You also dated it February 2nd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe did not list the time, but you did, correct?
I would have to look at the consent form.
Okay, so your memory, you don't remember what time you indicated or if you indicated a time, but looking at the consent form would refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I just ask you to read that silently and then look up at me when you're done, Trooper.
I thought he said Cooper. I was like, his name's Connor.
Having reviewed that form, does that refresh your memory as to whether you indicated a date and time?
I did, yes.
And what was the date and time that you indicated?
It was February 2nd, 2022, 12:08.
And that would have been 12:08 p.m.?
Correct. 12:08 p.m.
The document that I handed you is not an original, correct?
No, it's not.
Does it appear to be a precise copy of the original, however?
Yes.
May I offer that into evidence, Your Honor, please?
Is there an objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, subject to redaction.
Okay. So don't put it up on the,
I will not.
Exhibit 81.
So subject to redaction means there's personal
Chief, as of
information that
January
is
29th
still like in use. So it cannot be put up because the moment it goes up, it's going to be on the internet and then everyone will know it. So the jury will be able to see it, but it will be redacted when the jury sees it as well. They just need to put a couple of black bars on some things.
29th of 2022, you were colleagues in the same state police unit as Michael Proctor, correct?
I was.
Ugh.
At that time, was the unit called the CPAC unit or was it called Norfolk County Detectives?
I don't recall when it changed.
Okay, it's been called both, correct?
It has.
As of January 29th of 2022, there were only 10 troopers in the unit, including supervisors, correct?
I don't know.
It's a small unit, is it not?
Relatively small.
Within the CPAC or the Norfolk County Detectives, every case that comes in is assigned to one particular trooper as the lead investigator in the case, correct?
That is something that a supervisor would do, not me.
And have you been assigned as the lead investigator in other investigations?
No, not a homicide investigation, no.
You have not yet?
No.
The lead investigator is...
Soon? Maybe?
Is
Do you want
responsible for the case, correct?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, was he not?
Yes.
If somebody asked within your unit while this case was going on, whose case is it or who has that case, your answer would have been Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
The two of you have worked cases together in the past, correct?
A few.
You've worked on this case with Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, within your work on this case, you actually partnered with him for certain assignments within the case, did you not?
You'll have to be more specific.
Sure. So for instance, on October 21 of 2022, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
What? What's happening? You weren't there for the interview that Proctor claims you were? Or are you just forgetting? What? Uh-oh. You can like sense the like
Have a moment, Your Honor?
what? Who's wrong here? Oh. What? Oh no. Disgusting.
Do you not remember interviewing Sarah Levinson on October 21 of 2022 at 12:20 p.m. at the Norfolk DA's office? Is that your current testimony?
Yes.
Okay. If you saw a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory?
To an extent.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Who wrote the report? You don't remember. You don't have a memory. You don't have a memory of this interview. You don't have a memory of the interview of Sarah Levinson that you did with Trooper Proctor. You don't have a memory of it?
Yeah.
You don't have a memory of it. Who wrote the report? I'm like trying to really listen. I can't hear what they're saying. It's all just.
I've placed a document in front of you. I would just ask you to read that silently to yourself. Look up at me when you're done.
Were you really not there, or did you just forget? Bad memory. Bad memory, not O'Hara, who has the best memory known to man. Oh, you're really reading it.
I'm sorry, Trooper Keefe, just so we're clear, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the specifics of what Sarah Levinson said, so you don't have to brush up on that.
I'd just like to refresh.
Sure, go ahead.
He said, "I'm taking my time. I'm making sure I'm
Does that
asking."
refresh your memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
yes.
Okay. And
Take
the
it away
two of
from
you
him.
would have participated in that interview together, correct?
Yes.
But you did not write the report, correct?
No, I did not.
Michael Proctor wrote the report, correct?
Yes, he did.
He was the lead investigator writing the report, correct?
Take the report
Yes,
away
he
from
wrote
him.
this report.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
I did not have any input on how he wrote this report.
Right. You had no input. You weren't standing over him while he was typing it, correct?
Correct.
Report.
Now, other examples of, and actually, let me take that back from you if you don't mind. May I approach this?
Yes.
Thank you. You're welcome.
What is happening right now? You don't remember having you don't remember being there with. Did you not try to like brush up on your memory, like kind of do a little searching before all this? Seriously? You forgot? I mean, I guess, but it feels weird. Feels weird for you
Other
to
examples are the
forget.
reports on the videos that you, well, strike that. Let me start by saying this. You, or asking this, you retrieved videos from both the Waterfall Bar and Grill and CF McCarthy's, did you not?
That's correct.
You and Sergeant Buchanan retrieved the videos from CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
But lead detective or lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write a report on it, correct?
I would have to see that report, sir.
Sure.
Did you write a report on it? Did you write a report? Because if you...
Okay.
Oh, man. How long is one?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Not long.
Again, if you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. Does that refresh your memory about Michael Proctor being the one to write the report on the analysis of the waterfall video?
Sir, I only obtained a copy of the surveillance video.
Right.
I did not do any analysis on the video.
That's my question. It was Michael Proctor who did the analysis, correct?
Yes.
And that, by the way, I said Waterfall. Is that CF McCarthy's there, or is that Waterfall?
This is CF McCarthy's.
Okay, I meant CF McCarthy's. He was the one to review that video, correct?
Yes, again, I only got a copy of the surveillance video.
Sure.
I did not do any
And
analysis.
with regard to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, that was another circumstance where you and Sergeant Buchanan were the ones to retrieve the video, correct?
Yes.
But again, lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write the report on it, correct?
Yes, I would have to see that report as well, sir.
Now, another member of your unit was Trooper David DeChico, correct?
Yes.
Within your unit, did Trooper DeChico have a nickname for a first name?
Objection.
May we approach?
Oh, wow. Ooh, careful with your face, sir. Careful with your face, sir. Your partner here is not doing so hot in the eyes of the law. All right? So, like, careful with your face. The jury's watching.
Trooper, in terms of the troopers that were in your unit as of January 29th of 2022, which members of the unit had the least amount of time in the unit at that time?
I don't recall.
Were you one of the newer members of the unit?
As of January of 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Trooper Michael Proctor had more experience than you did as of January 29th of 2022, correct?
He could have. He'd been on the job longer.
Okay, well, if he had been on the job longer, then certainly that means that he did have more experience, correct?
It depends.
You attended the autopsy of John O'Keefe on January 31st of 2022. And with regard to other members of your unit, you were the only one to attend that autopsy?
Yes.
That was done at the medical examiner's office?
The medical examiner's office in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
In Sandwich, Mass. And it was Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello who performed the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Had you met her prior to that day?
No.
Had you spoken to her prior to that day?
No.
Did you know before the autopsy was performed that your former colleague, lead investigator Michael Proctor, had discussed the case with Dr. Scorti-Bello without telling us what you knew of what was said?
Objection.
Sorry, you were the only one who went to the autopsy? Trooper Connor Keefe was the only one who went to the autopsy? I don't quite comprehend. I do not quite comprehend. What do you mean? Why was Trooper Proctor, then Trooper, excuse me, in the words of Yannetti, then Trooper Proctor, I scratched my neck and like it is just raging at me. Why was Trooper Proctor, then Trooper Proctor, while he was a trooper, why was he not at the autopsy? Lead investigator of this rage deck. I'm raging. Why was he not at the autopsy? What the crap?
With regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge of what the state police theory was of what happened, did you have to explain that, or was it your understanding she already knew what your theory was?
Where was Trooper Proctor?
What, if any, conversations did you have with Dr. Scorti-Bello about what your unit's theory was about what happened to John O'Keefe?
There was no theory.
Okay. You did not
What?
provide any theory to her, correct?
I did not provide a theory.
You learned at the autopsy from your observations that John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes and a swollen right eye, correct?
Yes.
You also learned that there was a small cut above his right eye, correct?
Yes.
And there was a small abrasion on the left side of his nose, correct?
I would have to reference the report for the exact words.
Okay. If I may have a moment. May I approach, Ron?
Do you want this one back?
Please, thank you.
Do you want this one back?
Listen. Someone said my eye, I think they said the captions are a little wrong. My eyes suck, so I can't even see. Someone said that. I don't know who it is.
Do you want this one back?
Please, thank you. So I placed another document in front of you. Just take a look, read it silently to yourself, and look up.
I think Yannetti said, "Do you want this one, Brennan? Brennan? Bray? I don't know. I like. Okay, continue. I like having those like. They're trying to whisper, but it's not actually a whisper. And the mics are
And I would direct your attention to the second page for the question I just asked.
I like this one. Oh, he's gonna be looking.
Observe the small abrasion on the left side of John O'Keefe's nose.
Yes.
Now, was this the first autopsy that you had attended, or had you attended ones in the past?
I cannot recall.
It could have been the first one.
Do you not? What? Wait, you don't remember? Wait. You can't remember if you went to an autopsy before this or not? Before John O'Keefe's. Before. Oh my God. You can't remember if you have been to an autopsy before John O'Keefe's autopsy. That, in my opinion, is something you would. Ronnie says, I would freaking remember. Yeah. I, too, would remember my first autopsy. You can't remember? Especially if your first autopsy was a fallen Boston police officer that literally, like, the story just exploded, right? Like, I feel like that would be something inside of you for like ever. You can't remember? I'm gonna need the requirement for law enforcement officials to have good memories. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that to kind of be turned up a little bit. Like, all right, let's test your memory also. Great. Can you run? Can you jump a fence? How's your shooting? Guns and stuff. How's your memory? Just crank that bad boy up a little bit more. The singing is the best thing that happened to the Chatty Jurors and Jenny. I'm having a hard time with a grown man sitting in front of a jury saying, I can't remember if the autopsy I went to by myself, a fallen officer, John O'Keefe, that has engulfed this community for years. This case has uprooted lives. I can't remember if that's my first autopsy or not. Okay, cool. You also can't remember if you were at an interview of a freaking witness for this case. You also can't remember this and this and this. So far, it's not looking good, especially in comparison to O'Hara, who was like, I know the second I pulled up. I know exactly where my tire stopped rolling.
Most likely not.
When you're attending an autopsy as a member of the CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, you are expecting that the medical examiner is going to examine the body, correct?
Yes.
And you're there to witness that examination, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the examination, you are expecting that there will be a determination as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Not McCabe does have fantastic hair.
In this case,
you got to give it to her, you know.
When the autopsy ended, you left the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
When you left, your understanding was that the cause and manner of death was still undetermined, correct?
Yes.
You knew when you left that Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the scratches or bites or injuries to John O'Keefe's arms, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to
No.
stand.
Oh, man. I really wish they would linger a little bit longer on the witness for the may we approach and not go directly to Karen Reed standing up out of her chair. I really wish they would linger a little bit longer because I have a feeling that he gave a little bit of a smirk. And honestly, just sit up there and just tell your truth. I don't think doing all that extra face stuff as a witness who was working shoulder to shoulder with former trooper Proctor is a good idea. It's not going to make you look better. It's not going to work better for you.
Were you watching Dr. Scorti-Bello as she was conducting the autopsy?
Yes.
Did she appear to be looking at John O'Keefe's body?
Objection.
It's the same thing. Just ask me again.
What direction were her eyes facing when she was examining John O'Keefe's body?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was she looking at the ceiling, Trooper?
She was doing her job conducting the autopsy.
And in order to do that,
body.
I'm sorry?
She was looking at the body, I assume.
Thank you. And looking at the body, you saw her
He's
looking
like,
at the
I
body,
just needed
correct?
you to say
Yes.
that.
And looking at the body included an arm, correct?
Yes.
And it was at the arm was not covered up during the autopsy, correct?
No.
It was open for
Do you even
to
remember?
see, correct?
Yes.
And
Were
you
you
saw
even
the
there?
injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any bruising on his arm, correct?
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any obvious broken bones, did you?
I'm not a medical expert.
And it is common.
To be fair, I know that to make a medical conclusion, you should be a medical expert, but if you see someone's knee doing this and going the opposite way and their foot's looking like it's about to kick their own ass, I'm going to say that's an obvious broken bone. You know, like, oh my gosh, there's obviously a broken bone if your arm is, I don't know, like cut, like not do, if the bone is obviously broken. I don't like this dude. I don't know. He's not like, there aren't any moments where it's like, okay, you're actually like just a chill dude who's like a little sassy, like you're not just like just a chill little guy with a little bit of sass. You're just like, this is a problem when it comes to police officers, especially anyone who gets on the stand and is like, I'm happy to answer all of your questions. And the defense team comes up and they're just like, hey, I also have questions. And they're, don't remember. No. the immediate shift and change of attitude can be read in many different ways, depending on the jury, depending on the juror. I don't know, but it just honestly doesn't look good. Like, just answer the questions. Why immediately be defensive? Why immediately be sassy? Why immediately be smirky? Why immediately do that? Why do you think that's going to make you look better and to make you look more believable? When you're hitting them with, I don't remember, I don't remember, I don't remember. It's like, well, could you try to remember? Can you remember,
Common
please?
practice for the state police to
You're
attend autopsies when
kind of
there's
important
an undetermined death, correct?
Yes.
There's a
It is
reason
not
we're
at all
doing all
common
this,
for
you know?
the defense to attend an autopsy, correct?
I've never experienced that.
Right. And there was no defense attorney or defense expert at the autopsy of Don O'Keefe, correct?
Not when I was there.
You were there, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that prevented you
Imagine if he was like, I don't remember.
from giving input to the doctor as she examined the body, correct?
We don't give input. We give the facts that we know so far in the case.
Okay. Well, giving the facts is giving input, is it not?
It's not input.
Okay. Did you talk to Dr. Scordi-Bello during the autopsy? And you gave her information, if you don't want to call it input, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you left without her ruling it a homicide, correct?
Objection.
I have nothing further.
No, not, thank you.
All right, you're all set, Trooper.
Thank you.
So, jurors, this break we're going to take now.
All right.
All right, we're going to take a break. The lawyers and I have some work that we have to do, so it's a little bit longer break than we normally take, and it's a little bit earlier, but we did get comfortable for you, so we'll take a recess now for the next half hour.
I literally, they're taking a longer break. They're doing some stuff outside of the view of the jury, which we are not going to go over. We might go back if there is time, if they're doing deliberations and we're done and caught up with trial, we might go back and do some like, well, guys, let's see all the things that like all the voir dires and stuff with the jury out of the room. They're taking, and I think she said we got you some coffee, and I think I actually heard someone go, oh yay. So I think the jury is sort of into Judge Beverly Cannoni. I don't think there's hate there. I don't think there's any like mistrust or anything. I think the jury is pretty chill. We are not going to go any further. I'm going to call it a day here.
Okay.
We will pick up with I think it's Scordi-Bello. I think Scordi-Bello comes up. Oh no, Jessica Hyde. I know. I gotta go home. I want a meal. I need to have a meal today. So let me just close out some things. Let me just do this. Let me get this out of my ear because fine, go eat. I mean, it's been like 7 hours and 20 minutes, which is, it's not bad. But okay, so what's the plan? The plan is, oh my gosh, for me to hopefully feel better. The plan is tomorrow, no stream. Sunday, we're doing an all-dayer. As I think I'm off. Yeah, I'm off. We're doing an all-dayer. We're catching up. We're going to finish up. We're on day 11, which is cool. We're on day 11, so we'll finish up day 11. We have, let's see, one witness. Okay, Jessica Hyde. Miss Hyde is going to finish up day 11, and then we'll just jump into day 12, and maybe we'll even get into day 13. Monday afternoon, probably around 3-ish, we'll pop on and do a stream as well. And we're just gonna we're doing our best to try to keep catching up, and then after Monday I will be oh my gosh, I'm pulling a Jackson. I will be back on Friday to keep catching up, to keep catching up. They are ahead. Real time trial is ahead. That is okay. You are more than welcome to watch ahead and join the catch up streams that I'm doing as well. I dig it. thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for clicking. Thanks for giving a small little tiny baby channel a chance. I really appreciate it. I really, really do. I'm having a good time. I hope you are enjoying, the stream as well. I need to go home. I am not feeling good. I normally don't sound like this, I swear. And then we boot scoot and boogie. We boot scoot and boogie. I try not to drop down to lower than 1.4. Sometimes you have to go to 1.25 when they just get going, but other than that, I drank so much tea. I have to pee again. Do you have any questions before I go or anything? My ears need to pop. You know when you have to pop your ears and you have to like unhinge your jaw? Oh man. Oh man. Clogged up. We're all clogged up. I also need to get like some snacks here. I'm out of snacks. My whole head needs to pop. I feel you. I feel it on such a soul level. Ugh. Oh, wait, before we go, new Legos have entered the chat. We have the love. I just have like stacks and stacks of Lego boxes that I need to build. So we have our new love Lego set. It's actually kind of like hefty, It's kind of hefty. So this is here. We have our mini orchid plant. Very sweet, very cute. Love, love, love. I liked building this one. It was like just 2 small bags. Totally worth it if you find it. Totally worth it. And then we also have directly behind me the larger one, the larger orchid. We stand. This was a fun build too. I'm not big into the botanical builds though. I'm not that big. I mean, I also don't like that it's like froggies and there's forks used. That's like a thing for me that I'm just not I have a hard time with. Like just make some flower things. But these are really cute. From far away you really can't tell at all. So those are the new Lego sets. I'm also really excited to do the big leg dino fossil skeleton one. I'm really excited for that. Lots of Legos happening. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna go. Thank you for being here. Thanks for watching. See you guys later. I'm gonna play my intro as my outro because I just sort of jumped into it today. And then I will see you all Sunday. We're just gonna pick up right where we left off. Sunday. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Right? Bye.